Eric Shirk, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, and JS Performance. Derek dialed in at 760, the quicker of the two. Adam leaves first, dialed in at 855. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Sportsman. Lanes 4 and 5. Sportsman. Lanes 4 and 5. Bring them up. Sportsman. This is your call. As Tom Katnick and Brody Shirk. Our next pair. Tom in the Camaro here, Tower side. Maple Ridge is home. 7:44 is the dial-in time. The handicap will be going in favor of Brody, who's driving that 67 Chevy. He's dialed in at 825. Brody has 496 cubic inches of big block Chevy power under the hood. We're just starting to see the sparkle of Tom's paint job. That's an amazing metal flake paint job. If you get a chance to see that in the pit under the sunshine, wow, that is just beautiful. Tom Katnick, sponsored by TK Performance, family business. The whole family is out here racing. They're staged. Handicap went to Brody, but Tom looks like he's going to get around him, and he does. Had a better reaction time as well. 0.25 against an 0.62. Run 7:47 for the win, 177 miles an hour. And so Tom Katnick will advance into round number 2 of Canada West Door Slammers. And that is going to do it for that category as we move into, I believe, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. So we have got Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket coming up, and the evening is going to be, you're going to be in the capable hands of Chrissy Anderson. Is this true? Is this true?
I'm going to do my best, Jerry.
Well, welcome to the tower again. It's good to have you here once more.
Thank you so much.
Street legals are all in good order, I take it.
Yes, we're doing great at our Friday night street legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. But, you know, here we are in the big times, the Summit ET Series, number 8, along with the NHRDA race a little bit later.
Yeah, it's going to be a jam-packed evening. I'm going to be leaving you here in a few minutes and be watching on the YouTubes. I want to thank all the good folks at Valley Tech and Lordco for sponsoring the live feed. It is certainly, if you can't make it to the track and be here in person, we do encourage you. Check us out on the live feed on the YouTubes. First pair here then in Pro Bracket just before I head out. Jim Benke and Rob Monroe. I talked to Jim. He said he still hasn't sorted out his front end issue, and it's still pulling a lot to the right. We thought it was the shocks. He looked at that, but boy, it is a problem that is fixed, and it was his nemesis this time, as he wasn't able to get there first. Rob Monroe goes 10.75, and they both broke out, but 10.75 for Rob Monroe, a car that he built himself, by the way, the Acadian. That's going to be advancing to the next round. Veronica Hodgson now and Sean Langley. Dodge Dart versus Mach 1 Mustang. Handicap goes to Veronica. Sean Langley picks up the win. Goes 1182, 112 miles an hour. Veronica ran at 1235, 108 miles an hour. So Sean Langley picking up the win to advance as Dustin Brewington and David Rastad roll into the stage beams. They both break the pre-stage beam and then move forward another 7 inches or so as they get set for the stage beams, and we're good to go. Wheels up for Rastad, wheels up for Dustin, and they are heading down the quarter mile to find out who is the victor here, and it's going to be Dustin. Goes 10:23 at 129 miles an hour against an 11:98 for Rastad.
Rich Dye is in the TCS lane. He's driving that 73 Chevy sponsored by Transporters Logistics, going against Nick Douglas, the 1968 Dodge Dart. Sponsored by, well, he's the Sportsman track champion 2 times at Pacific Raceways. Nick sponsored by SBB Racing. And Rich Dye taking the win, 11.36, 111 miles an hour here. First round of eliminations in Pro Class here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. We've got Chris Stone in a 68 Dodge running a 511 Animal, sponsored by Stone Cold Racing and Willowbrook Motors, going against Steve Baskerville, 2016 Golf. Second round of eliminations in Pro, pardon me. This round will go to Chris Stone, 10.24 at 114. We've got Matt Warner here from Sumas, Washington, sponsored by Linden Service Center, going against the king of the track winner, Lorenz Schwartz, 1983 Chevy Monte Carlo, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop. Matt Warner, TCS lane, going against Lorenz Schwartz. An hour for Lorenz, pulling a little bit toward the center line at a 10.64 at 115. Lorenz moving on into the next round. John Barcello in the 1967 Dodge in the TCS lane, sponsored by Ron's Engine and Machine, going against Ross Walker from Langley in that 66 Chevy 2. John dialed in at 11:32, Ross a 10:04. John taking this round 11.27. Red light for Ross Walker, unfortunately. 16/10,000ths off. Dennis Winton in a 66 Bel Air, he calls Shaggy, going against Dell Northgrave from Pitt Meadows in a 77 Nova. I was talking to Dennis earlier and I'm like, why is your hood like that? He says to let more air in, baby. That's the old school way before scoops, and he's off. Double green here. See if Dell can catch up. And no, Dennis moving on to the next round, 11.58 at 113.
That was a good question that you asked, Dennis, though, because it's one of those things you see the hood up all the time on that station wagon, and you wonder, why is he racing with the hood up? I mean, isn't it supposed to be latched? It's like driving with the door open or something, but no. You know, you open it up, and it's an old school hood, right? Let more air in, cool it down, and easy fix. It's a whole lot cheaper than buying a hood scoop.
That's right, but I was always up here going, is that thing going to fly open or what? So, and great guy. He is an old school racer, Dennis. And if you get a chance to talk to any of these guys in the pits, I highly suggest you do. They are amazing people. And for a person like me that has a lot of questions, they are more than willing to answer any question that you throw at them.
And we can throw some pretty strange questions.
I know, they look at me like, who is this strange lady asking so many questions? It's okay, it's just Chrissy, relax.
Pay attention in the pit, Super Pro. We need you, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, we need you, lanes 1 and 2. And Hot Rod, 3 and 4, please. Hot Rod, 3 and 4. Bring them up.
Moving into Sportsman, we've got Ryan Ledrette from Maple Ridge, 1971 Chevelle, sponsored by Muffler Tech Automotive, going against Evan Colley from Maple Ridge, is 1983 Cutlass. Unfortunately for Kevin, a red light. Ryan taking this round at 12.40. Breaking out a little bit, but he is moving into the next round. Emma Siddon in the TCS lane, 1968 Dodge Dart, running a 440, sponsored by Tops Auto Repair in Kelowna, going against Gary Fawcett from Burnaby in his 1966 Plymouth.
Emma's one of those ones that started a couple of years ago in Junior Street. So making the way up to Sportsman, that's lovely to see how you age out of junior dragsters or the junior program, and then you carry on your racing career in a legit car in one of the other classes.
Next thing you know, we'll be announcing her. Emma taking this one, 11.76, 111 miles an hour. Next up, we've got Jim Mantle from Black Creek, 1977 Pacer, going against Sydney Jung, another one of those young racers moving up through the ranks. 1981 Chevy Malibu. Sydney's dialed in at a 12.04, and Jim a 14.57.
Little American Motors product there that is a regular runner and consistently running through the rounds in the Sportsman category. Unfortunately today for Jim, the red light is going to take him out of competition, and so his day ends relatively quickly. Win light for Sydney though, 12:01 on a 12:04 dial, so cars dialed in really well. Getting a lot of, I think, good encouragement and start line instruction from Dad Dave on Father's Day weekend.
And only a red light by 3/10,000ths for Jim Mantle. Tough break there. Sylvia Hookston's pulling up in our TCS lane here. 66 Ford going against Nick Douglas. Oh, Nick's running a Charger, pardon me, sponsored by SBB Racing. In our Sportsman class here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. So glad to have everybody out here with us today. And Mother Nature did cooperate. what a great day it is and what a great evening it's going to be. This pass going to Nick Douglas at 12.46. He's moving on into the next round. Steve Baskerville from West Vancouver, 2016 VW Golf, going against Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington in a 69 Mach 1. Sean dialed in 11.81, Steve at 11.85. So pretty much leaving at the same time. So glad to see our American friends up here. And it's good to see everybody here watching on the live stream. We hope to have you come down and see the racing live in the near future. Big thanks to Lordco for sponsoring our Lordco TV. Sportsman sponsored by Vancouver Car Wraps. Sean Langley moving ahead into the next round, 11.82 at 109 miles an hour. We'll be having the NHRDA race coming up, and that's the diesel drags. Folks, they're going to have their drivers meeting around 5:30, and they'll be starting hopefully for 6 o'clock. Can't wait to see all those diesel dudes out there. Now, I'm an old school truck driver. I know all about diesel, and I love it. So I can't wait to see these guys come out and play. Rolling some coal. Even here, there's some racing semi action. Makes me want to go get my dump truck that's just down the road, but yeah, a little heavy. Probably wreck the track. Diesel drags coming up, lots of action a little bit later, starting at 6. Don't forget, we do this again tomorrow, the Summit ET Series race at number 9. And of course, on Friday, we've got the good old Mopac Street Legals. We always have a great old time. That's where you can come and race. Come and bring your car, truck, minivan, coal roller, whatever you would like. Come on out. Friday night Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. August 4th to 6th, we've got the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags, the Gasser Get Down, Street Rod, Street Classic, Street Machine Outlaw, Pro Mod, and much more. And of course, August 24th to 27th is the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco. That is going to be amazing. But way before then, we've got Door Wars 11, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. And boy, oh boy, I hope you have joined our group on Facebook and read all about it. It's going to be quite the race, and hopefully I'm working that weekend, not sure. But I know the Master Jerry here is going to be here for Door Wars 11, aren't you?
I believe that I am, yes. I'm scheduled for 2 days, I think Friday and the Sunday. Friday and Sunday I shall be here. All
right, yep, that's going to be an awesome race. I can't wait for that to come up.
I had to think about it for just a second, you know.
I just look on Facebook, and then they kind of tell me when I'm working. Yes, the NHRDA, the National Hot Rod Diesel Association, coming up a little later. It is called the Canadian Diesel Shootout and presented by dieseldoctor.ca. dieseldoctor.ca, Abbotsford's leading light-duty diesel truck repair shop, and 3K Calibrations, a custom ECM tuning services that provide world-class diesel truck tuning throughout North America. They're proud to sponsor this event, and it is sure going to be a hit here tonight with diesel truck enthusiasts and old-school truckers like myself. Can't wait to see those diesel guys come up. The Canadian Diesel Shootout is an exciting event featuring North America's most powerful diesel trucks, competing in various events, including drag racing, sled pulling, well, not here, but the dyno testing they had a little earlier. You can win cash prizes and bragging rights are up for grabs. Competitors will push their trucks to the limit, putting on a show that is not to be missed. In addition to the competition, there's a vendor alley just down on trackside, featuring some of the biggest names in the diesel industry, as well as food and drink vendors to keep spectators fueled up all through the day. Can't wait for them coming up. The National Hot Rod Diesel Association, starting around 6 p.m. Moving into Super Pro, and of course that's our man Justin Bond in the Lordco lane. I must admit I fangirled out on him a little bit. I'm kind of embarrassed, but you know what happened and I can't take it back, but he's the man. Justin Bond representing us, representing Team Mission with the big boys on NHRA TV in the Pro Mod category. Justin Bond going against Martin Rachel, 1978 Chevy running a 454. Martin dialed in at a 1090 and Justin a 708. So he is going to have to be very, very patient. But he is a professional, so we'll see what happens if he can catch up to Martin. Here in Super Pro, the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. And there goes Justin. Whoa. He's to the right wall. He's pulling it over. And he takes it a 708 on a 708. Holy moly, this guy. Moving on to the next round is Justin Bond. Kevin McNichol, the 1967 Chevy Nova. He's the 2014 Super Pro champion, sponsored by Ken's Specialty Auto and Titanium Auto Group, going against Mike Robinson from Chilliwack, running his 87 Ford with a 448, sponsored by JBS Equipment. Little head start for Kevin, double green. Mike breaking out. Kevin moving into the next round, a 10.11 at 133 miles an hour. Super Pro brought to you by Rad Torque Systems. Thank you so much, Rad Torque Systems, for sponsoring Super Pro here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Ooh, there's one of those racing semis, isn't it, over there? You know, if you need another driver, sir, I can shift like the best of them, my friend. Well, that's what our Class 1 is for, isn't it? Well, I guess it's a Class 3 without a trailer, but I'm willing to haul the trailer. Hook it up. Let's race with trailers. That'd be awesome. Emily Gerard in the Lordco lane. Sponsored by Shear Solutions and Just Mechanicals, going against John Jenkins in his 88 Chevy S10. Sponsored by West Coast Building Restorations and Mackenzie Racing. Emily, a resident of Chilliwack. John's from Delta. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycles to lane 1, please? Motorcycles to lane 1. Super combos to the back of the lanes for laddering, please. So motorcycles to lane 1, super combo to the back of the lanes for laddering, please. Strip John Jenkins moving into the next round at 10.86 at 122. Emily's ran a 7.54 and off her dial. Let's see. Anyway, that's okay. John moving on to the next round of eliminations for Super Pro. Next up, we've got Craig Johnson in the TCS lane in his 1984 Oldsmobile Cutlass, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust, going against John Tabak from Maple Ridge in his 89 S10, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Yes, double breakout, but John breaking out less, a 10.50 at a 10.53 dial-in. Next up, it is Dustin Brewington from Kenwick, Washington. 1999 Camaro running a 408 LS, dialed in at a 10.23. This will be a solo pass. All right, a bye run for Dustin. He's lucky because he did have a red light, but he is moving on into the next stage of eliminations. Moving into Hot Rod, round 2, sponsored by the Old Car Center. We had to give it my fancy announcer voice for Hot Rod. Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack, 1964 Ford called It's Falcon Fast, going against Rob Monroe in his 69 Acadian. Sponsored by ST Performance, Gibson Racing Transmission, and Horizon Auto Body. Dustin in his Falcon Fast, dialed in at 908. Rob at 1076. Rob will get that head start. Rob breaking out 200th of a second. Randy Hermsen from Mission in his 1958 Oldsmobile in the TCS lane, called the Wing Behemoth, going against Larry. Rodenizer from Langley, 1946 Ford, he calls the Old Yeller, sponsored by Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get super combo to the lanes, please? Super combo to the back of the lanes for laddering, please. Juniors, you will be on standby. Juniors, you're on standby. That last pass is Larry moving ahead into the next round, 9.4 at 141 miles an hour. Mark Brenzinger from Richmond, 1967 Nova, called out of time, going against Mike Hollingstead from Maple Ridge, 1967 Fairlane. Oh, sky high, wow. Wow. Now that was checking the weather, folks, right up and down. Unbelievable. I hope his car is okay. That was a hard landing for him. Wow. Our safety officials are going to have to go and check it out, make sure he didn't leave anything on the track. Yeah, he came down real hard, folks. Mark moving on into the next round, 9.48 at 140 miles an hour. Making all our hearts here pitter-patter in the tower. Just a reminder, the NHRDA will be having their drivers meeting at 5:30, and that will be held at their tent at trackside, about halfway down the track. That'll be at 5:30. The National Hot Rod Diesel Association drivers meeting, please, at 5:30. Track officials are just checking out our track now. Safety, of course, is our first priority. Want to make sure that nothing came off the track. Make sure there's no liquids that shouldn't be there. Then we'll be moving on with our program. Just a reminder, if you do have a stroller, you can actually just walk on through instead of that. But you know what? I really appreciate your effort, and look at those bulging muscles. Ma'am, you're amazing. Welcome to the titanium strip. Just a reminder, the National Hot Rod Diesel Association drivers meeting will be at 5:30. All right, NHRDA, you have your drivers meeting at 5:30 right at your tent. The NHRDA tent that is at trackside. Be sure that you do attend that drivers meeting, please. And we're going to be moving on here on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway with our hot rod class. Hot rod sponsored by the Old Car Center. Jerry Brabander from Cloverdale, 1962 Chevy 2. He's the 2022 California Hot Rod Reunion Champ in the TCS lane, going against John Sayer in a 68 Dodge Dart, sponsored by Frankenstein Speed and Custom. Little lift off and a pull to the right for Jerry, but both greens and heading on down. Who's moving on? It is John Sayer in 11.85. Looks like Jerry broke out. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the last call for Super Combo. Last call for Super Combo. You should be at the end of the staging lanes for laddering, please. Last call. Rob Hodgson's in the TCS lane going against Sylvia Hoogstens. She's got her 66 Ford going against Rob's 67 Plymouth. Sylvia the little head start, but Rob's coming after her, gonna chase her down if he can. Not today, Rob. Sylvia's moving on at 12.60 at 106 miles an hour. In our hot rod class here on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. Great to see everybody out here, all your smiling faces, all the kids running around. Hi, kids. Those are our future racers, folks. Don't forget, you too can race Friday Night Street Legals coming up June 23rd. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get juniors to the lanes, please? Juniors to the lanes. And door slammers, you are on standby, please. Juniors to the lanes. And door slammers, you're on standby, please. Moving into our motorcycle class now, sponsored by Mountain View Harley-Davidson. It's Tom Tarand in the Kraken, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports. Daryl Storzuk in the Lordco lane from Surrey, 1984 Suzuki, sponsored by Leak Pro, the world leader in automotive water and air leaks and windows repair. Oh, this is the final in motorcycle. Now you tell me, and look at that, it's Daryl Storzuk taking it an 8.52, 146 miles an hour. Congratulations. Your final round here in motorcycle, Daryl Storzuk, the winner. Big thanks to Mountain View Harley-Davidson for sponsoring this class. Bunch of great guys in the motorcycle class. If you have a chance to talk to them, I highly recommend it. Maybe pat Tom on the back a little. Give him a tissue. Super Combo coming up next. Brad Vinci in the 68 Camaro, sponsored by B&C Racing, going against Warren Jacobson from Mission in his 1967 Chevy 2. both dialed in at a 1090. This is the Super Combo class. All right, Super Combos, like, I kind of like this class, folks. This is the one that they've got the throttle limiter. So you're gonna see these things take off and they're like not going very fast. You're like, what's going on here? And then they kick in. They're trying to run a 1090. It's Brad Minchie and Warren Jacobson. Weird, right? But I love it. I don't know why. I just think it's really cool. All right, it looks like a double breakout, but Brad broke out last at 10.89. 68 10,000ths off the dial, but he moves on. Second round of eliminations here. Super Combo, Martin Rochelle in a 78 Malibu going against Dean Peterson from Courtney. Sponsored by the Peterson Family Racing. Dean dialed in at a 990. Martin a 1090. So Martin will get the head start. And Dean will try to catch up. Dean Peterson from Courtney moving on into the next round, 9.91 to his 990. And Martin broke out at 9,000ths of a second. Wow. Moving on into the next round of Super Combo. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All juniors, you should be making your way to the lanes, please. All juniors, making your way to the lanes, please. Juniors sponsored by Peden Industries. We do have a lot of junior racers, and they make me so proud. These are our future racers, folks. Looks like we're going to have Junior Street. Now, these are the kids 13 to 16 till their birthday, I think, just when they turn 17. All right, now this is a final round in Junior Street. It's Tyler Smith in the TCS lane. Tyler is the points leader, and now I think there's a bounty on his head. Sponsored by Zapstrap Racing, James McNeil in the other lane looking to collect that bounty. Here we go, the final in Junior Street. Don't forget they've got a parent in there with them. If you want to race in Junior Street, please go over to their Junior Street tent and talk to somebody. Looks like Tyler Smith again, 11.07. He is the winner. I am going to add a $25 bounty for the next race, you guys. Chrissy is laying down the cash. Someone has to stop Tyler Smith. It's getting out of control. But congratulations, sir, this time. Well, we got quite a bit of cash to take you down, my friend. Great fun in the junior classes. A lot of family racing, like dad's got a super fast car and then all of his kids, or mom, okay, and then all their kids are in the junior classes. It's amazing. These parents go above and beyond for these kids. It's just so amazing. Their little faces, they're so excited to be racing. Like, they're race car drivers. We bring them up in the tower and we talk to them and we want to know all about their championships and their racing history. They're amazing. So we've got juniors coming up, sponsored by Peden Industries. Just a little bit about Junior Street. Now, 9 years ago, the NHRDA started the Junior Street program for young racers aged 13 to 16 years old. Now, we often get asked, what does it take to qualify to run in Junior Street? Well, the answer is less than you would think. Racers need to be between 13 and 16 years old. They can race until their 17th birthday. Racers need a parent or a guardian in the passenger seat with them while racing. And the best part is, racers can use any old vehicle to race in. No special race cars necessary. Mom's minivan works just fine, as we've just seen. After that, it's just a matter of filling out some paperwork and buying helmets. Super simple. We love this class of bracket racing. It's a low barrier opportunity for youth to become familiar with the sport of bracket racing in a fun, safe, family-friendly environment. If you're looking for more information on how to join the Junior Street class, if you've got a 13 to 16-year-old that would love to join, you can contact them on Facebook. They have a Facebook page called Mission Raceway Junior Street. Now, I've added myself, and it's very, very cool. That's how I know about the bounty. I know about it, and I just added to it. So, hey, if you're looking to race, you're between 13 and 16, go and talk to our Junior Street parents. They're waiting to talk to you. The Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceways, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group. Big thanks to our friends at Titanium Auto Group. Be sure to check them out if you're shopping for a vehicle, a car, minivan, truck. They have it all with multiple locations. Titanium Auto Group for all of your car purchasing needs. Junior Thunder now. It's Wes Armstrong in the TCS lane from Chilliwack, sponsored by Fountain Tire, Chilliwack, Sea to Sky, Doctor.CA, and Badass Garage, going against Bentley Johnson from Mission. Sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop and Lucas Oil. Wes is dialed in at a 12:14, Bentley an 8:97. So Wes will be taken off first. We'll see who'll be moving on into our next round of eliminations here in Junior Street, sponsored by Peden Industries. Wes with the head start, Bentley taking off after him. Can he catch up? Junior Thunder, here it is. Wes Armstrong moving on at 12.15, 50 miles an hour. It looks like Bentley broke out. Wes moving on into the next round of Junior Thunder. Here comes Alex Green in the TCS lane going against Hunter Gallant. Hunter's from Chilliwack, sponsored by BDL Automotives, Super Steve's Tires, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Paint by Rodriguez. Alex Green dialed in at 11.99, Hunter a 9.35, so Hunter will have to be very patient. While Alex Green gets a big head start. Green bulb for both drivers. And Hunter moving on to the next round at 9.49, 68 miles an hour. Alex running a 11.95. So he broke out. Candice Rodriguez coming up next from Chilliwack, sponsored by Milron Truck Body, Color Compass, Ken Specialty Auto, Elite Belts, and Grandpa Joe. Isabella Marshall in the Lord Co lane, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Quality Manufactured Homes. Cadence Rodriguez is dialed in at 11.93. Isabella, a 9.15. So we've got Girl Power here in Junior Thunder, sponsored by Peden Industries. Which one of these ladies will be moving on into the next round? Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Canada West door slammers to lanes 1 through 4? Door slammers to lanes 1 through 4. Pro, you are on standby. And the NHRDA folks, your driver's meeting is starting now. So you should be at your driver's meeting right now. Isabella moving into the next round, 9.173 miles an hour. Cadence breaking out, so Isabella moving on. Ashton Katnick coming up here on a bye run. Junior Thunder class. If you'd like to get your kids involved in racing, that is a very, very smart thing to do. Talk to any one of these parents, they'll let you know. Keeping your kids out of trouble, they'll want to mow the lawn, they'll want to clean their room, anything for money, anything for that allowance money. Get those cars going faster. An 11.91 on 11.90 for Ashton. His bye run, moving on into the next round of eliminations in Junior Thunder. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, you should be making your way to lanes 1 through 4, please. Door slammers. Lanes 1 through 4. Pro, you are on standby. Next up, we've got Nick Bond from Mission, sponsored by JBS, going against Colton Morin. Sponsored by TDS Tires plus Waco Flooring, JBS and Rex Cox. Nick Bond in the TCS lane, going against Colton. This is a Junior Lightning. Junior Lightning sponsored by Peden Industries. Thank you so much to Peden Industries for sponsoring all of our junior classes. We really appreciate you. Strip at Mission Raceway. Nick Bond versus Colton Morin, who will move on into the next round of eliminations. Dial-in times are very close. It could be anybody's pass. Let's see who makes it. Round 7.93 on a 790, and Nick Bond a red light. Tough break. We do this all again tomorrow, folks. Junior Lightning here on the Titanium Strip. Aiden Katnick in the TCS lane, going against Lincoln Shirk in the Lordco lane. Lincoln sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Specialties, JBS, and JS Power Sports. Lincoln dialed in at a 797, and Aiden a 790. Aiden moving on to the next round of 7.91 and a 0038 reaction time versus an 039. So congratulations, Aiden, moving on into the next round. McKenna Thompson from Mission is our next junior Lightning coming up here. A bye run for McKenna. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, you should be making your ways to lanes 1 through 4, please. Door slammers to lanes 1 through 4. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, you can make your way to the lanes also. Pro, to the lanes, please. McKenna moving on into the next round, running a 7.92 on a 7.93. It's a bye run. 1/1000th off her dial. So pretty darn close, but she's moving on anyways. Pro, please make your way to the lanes, please. Pro, make your way to the lanes. Door slammers, you should be making your way to lanes 1 through 4, please. Don't forget the NHRDA drivers meeting is on, and you should be there if you're participating in racing tonight. Diesel drags, folks, coming up a little bit later. Should be absolutely amazing. I can't wait. Canadian Diesel Online, a title sponsor here of the NHRDA. Canadian Diesel Online has all the aftermarket diesel parts you need to get the most out of your truck or fleet. Their team offers over 20 years of first-hand experience with diesel performance parts. They love seeing a truck perform at optimal capacity and are happy to help answer any questions you have about diesel truck parts. Canadian Diesel Online carries only the highest quality diesel performance parts to ensure their customers receive premium results. Shop their extensive range of aftermarket diesel parts at www.canadiandieselonline.ca and take your truck to the next level today. Diesel drags coming up a little later. We'll be moving on into our door slammers class. Door slammers coming up next. Canada West Door Slammers Association 2023 sponsors are Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, VP Race Field Distributor Jason Field right here in Mission, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Parts, and Travel and RV. Big thank you to those sponsors for our Canada West Door Slammers. They're coming right up, Door Slammers. Big shout out to everybody on the live stream on Lordco TV. How are you doing out there? We hope to see you soon down here at the track live in person along with all of our friends out here tonight. So good to see everybody out here enjoying themselves, all the kids. And have you taken a look at the river lately? God, it's gorgeous. They've taken down those bushes and now it's just absolutely beautiful. Reminds me actually that the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association, I do believe their next race is July the 15th. Sunday, July 15th, I do believe. Unfortunately, the last race, the boat drags, they couldn't go because the river was too high. And there was too much debris floating down the Fraser, but I can't wait to see those drag boats out there. Sitting on the beach, having a nice cold 7-Up, watching some drag boats. That's right up my alley. July 15th, Fraser Valley Boat Drag Association. You can join them on Facebook as well. And don't forget to join us on Facebook, Mission Raceway Park, so we can let you know all of the latest and greatest coming right up. Don't forget this Friday, the Friday Night Street Legal is brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies, where you can be the drag racer. Bring your grocery getter, your muscle car, your minivan, your diesel truck, whatever you got. Come on out. It's $50 and you get to just do pass after pass after pass. I'll tell you, sometimes they get like 6 or 7 of them. It just depends when the dew sets in, but it is a great time. We have so much fun here. And of course, the Teslas. Nobody talks about them, but they come and they kick our butt on a regular basis. So if you know someone with a Tesla, I know one of them goes 148 miles an hour in the quarter mile, so he needs a little competition. So tell your friends that own Teslas to come on out and put it in hyper, super duper crazy mode and come race it down the strip. Love to see it. We have the TNT West Coast Classic, July 28th to 30th, the Langley Old Time Drags, August 4th to 6th with the Gasser Get Down. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder is August 24th to 27th, and the Mission Finals, September 22nd and to 25th. So be sure to check us out on Facebook, because we have an amazing social media director. Her name's Jessica, and she lets us know about everything that's happening. And Door Wars 11's coming right up, and I'll tell you, that is a great race to come to. Door Wars 11, June 29th to July 2nd, so that's a Canada Day weekend racing. That is going to be awesome. I know I'm announcing on Canada Day, and I love Canada, so it's going to be a great old time. Just doing a little track prep right now, and we'll be carrying on with our door slammers. Just talking to Randy here from the NHRDA, the diesel drag. I think he's the head honcho, just filling me in on what's going on. All the greatness that is coming up. Big thanks to all of their sponsors: Hot Shot Secret, dieseldoctors.ca, Harbor City Diesel, Dirty Diesel Customs, Armor Incorporated, ARP, 10-4 Magazine, Supreme Diesel, Diamond Diesel, Radical Diesel Repair, Smeding Diesel, and MHPD. Lots of sponsors here. The Canadian Diesel Shootout coming on up very shortly. But next up will be our door slammers. So it looks like we're going to do a little ET series, a little diesel. We're going to mix it all in. We're going to roll some coal. It's going to be awesome. Just a reminder for the NHRDA vendor row. Now that's located pit side, about halfway down the track. You'll want to check all of those sponsors out. The vendor row down there for the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. Great to have them out here today. Diesel drags coming up. Door slammers coming up next. Here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Here they come. Canada West Door Slammers. Adam DeYoung, TCS side, sponsored by Artex Racing and Total Dairy Solutions. He's racing a 67 Chevy. He's from Abbotsford. He's going against John DeYoung from Abbotsford. All right. So Adam DeYoung is the son of John DeYoung. So Dad is in the Lordco lane, sponsored by Artex Racing and Total Dairy Solution, dialed in at a 663. Adam at a 852. So Adam's going to take off a little bit before his dad. Over to the right for John, and Adam is moving on. 8.5, 749 miles. Great family racing action there. Wow. Looks like some track officials just going to go and check out the track, make sure it is okay. Just a little bit of track prep before we carry on with the Canada West Door Slammer class. We have the Canadian Diesel Shootout going to be starting momentarily, where we welcome our friends here at the NHRDA. Can't wait to All right, folks, so since we have the diesels and we have our ET series, you're going to have to listen very carefully when we call you to the pits. You can also listen on 92.7 FM in the pits to make sure that you hear it. So this is the first call for Diesel Sportsman to lanes 1 and 2. So we're looking for Diesel Sportsman, Super Diesel to lanes 3 and 4, and Big Rig Bracket to 5 and 6. So again, this is the diesel classes we're calling to the lanes. Diesel Sportsman, Super Diesel, and Big Rig Bracket, please. Diesel Sportsman, lane 1 and 2, Super Diesel, 3 and 4, Big Rig Bracket, 5 and 6. Canadian Diesel Shootout will be starting after our door slammers. We're blending, Randy says. We're mixing it up here with the diesel dudes. Don't forget, if you're hungry or thirsty, be sure to check out our concession stand. Go say hi to Clara. She was the employee of the year last year. They have all sorts of yummy things. I see Kevin up here having some chicken strips and fries. Delicious. Highly recommend that. They've got a pretty wicked poutine too. So check out the concession stand when you've got a moment and have some dinner. Also the Pro Shop. T-shirts, hats, ice cream, candies, Matchbox cars, and much, much more. Now, I bought 2 freezies. I bought a purple freezie and a white freezie. And I just can't wait. Because we got to get it to the bottom of this. Is it the white or the purple freezies that are the best? I mean, everyone says white freezie, but you know what? We're gonna settle this once and for all. So be sure to get your freezies over at the Pro Shop. And if you're hungry, go and say hi to Clara at the concession stand. Big thanks for all of you spending your day and evening here with us on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. The Titanium Strip, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Be sure to join the Titanium Facebook group, and you could win. They give away money, they give away mission passes, and in fact, they're actually going to give away a 2006 GT Ford. Oh yeah, we'll be doing that this year. So be sure to add yourself to the Facebook page and keep yourself tuned in to win. Also, big thanks to Valley Tech Production for all your help with our sound, video, Lordco TV, and just about everything. They are amazing. We're not sure what we would do without them. West Door Slammers here on the Titanium Strip. Carrying on, it's Darren Buick from Mission in the TCS lane, dialed in at an 863. Otto Schultz from Black Creek, BC, an 05 Cavalier, running a 598 Sunset. Sponsored by Next Gen Hearing, the Georgia Strait and Associated Tire. He's still cruising, a 12-time champion, Otto Schulte, in the Lordco lane, going against Darren Buick from Mission. Darren sponsored by Evans Excavating. Otto Schulte, a red light, 68 10,000ths of a second red. That means Darren Buick moving on into the next round of eliminations. And you know, he ran his dial exactly, Darren Buick, at 8.63 on an 8.63 dial. Jay Severson from Mission, the 1966 canceled, sponsored by JS Power Sports, going against Peter Lacana from Coquitlam in the 63 Vet, sponsored by Transporters Logistics. Jay dialed in 6. Versus Peter Lacantus. Unfortunate red light for Jay Syverson, and Peter is moving on into the next round, an 8.56 at 155. Just 4 thousandths from his dial-in, and he is moving on. Coming up next in the Canada West Door Slammer class, we have Paul Stretch from Duncan. He's in the TCS lane. Paul dialed in at a 721, sponsored by Mid-Island Engines, and he was the 2022 Series champ of the Canada West Door Slammers. It's going against Jan Christensen in El Gringo. Paul Stretch in the TCS lane, Jan Christensen in the Lordco lane, who will be moving on into the next stage of eliminations, Canada West Door Slammers, here at the Titanium Strip. Red light for Paul Stretch. That means Jan Christensen heading on into the next round. An 8.53 on an 8.50 dial, 146 miles an hour. Greg Fell from Kamloops, 1969 Opel GT, running a 572 big block Chev, sponsored by Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, Total Turbo, and Lordco. Greg dialed in at a 640, going against Mark Thompson from Coldstream, British Columbia. He's sponsored by Marvel Racing, dialed in at a 755. We'll see Mark taking off first. And Greg chasing him down. See who moves on into the next round here in the Canada West Door Slammers. Yes, he can. A 6.46, 220 miles an hour. A 6.46 on a 6.40 dial. He's moving on into the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Our diesel competitors. We need diesel Sportsman to lane 1 and 2, super diesel to lanes 3 and 4, and big rig bracket to lanes 5 and 6, please. Canada West door slammers Tom Katnick in the TCS lane, 1968 Camaro. He's from Maple Ridge, dialed in at a 7.45. Going against Henry Zacharias from Surrey, 1953 Corvette, sponsored by Zacharias Limited. It is Tom Katnick moving on, a 7.48 on a 7.45 dial, 183 miles an hour. Henry breaking out at 27 thousandths off his dial. What a great class, the Canada West door slammers here on the titanium strip. We're going to be running all right, folks, it looks like we're going to be running our pro class, and then we'll be running all of our diesel classes. So the Canadian diesel shootout will be starting right after the pro class. Moving into our pro class here, sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop. It's Rich Dye from Port Coquitlam, Port Moody, or Port Kells. Port Coquitlam says Shelby. 1973 Chevy Nova going against Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington. In the 69 Mach 1. Called Hustler, it's Rich Dye versus Sean Langley here in the pro class. Sean Langley moving forward in 11.81 on 11.78, and unfortunately Rich broke out only 1/1000th of a second. That's how close it is here, folks, in the pro class. Rob Monroe, TCS lane from Surrey, 1969 Acadian. Sponsored by SD Performance, Gibson Racing Transmissions, and Horizon Auto Body. Going against Dennis Winton in a 66 Bel Air he calls Shaggy. Shaggy's dialed in, 11.56. Rob at 10.74. Rob Monroe moving on this time here in the pro at 10.80 at 113 miles an hour. Chris Stone in the TCS lane, 1968 Dodge. Sponsored by Cold Stone Racing and Willowbrook Motors, going against Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington. Love seeing our American friends up to play in the 99 Camaro. Nice lift off, double green for both these drivers, and it's a close one. It's a double breakout, but Dustin breaking out less. A 10.223 on a 1023 dial. Only 6,000th of a breakout compared to 7,000. Wow. Again, this is amazingly close, this class here. Lorenz Schwartz is the king of the track winner in his 83 Chevy, going against John Barcello from Surrey in a 67 Dodge, sponsored by Ron's Engine and Machine. Lorenz sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop. Lorenz in the TCS lane. And Lorenz moving on. There you go, and then you do that. Lorenz a 10.25 and a 1020 dial, moving on into the next round of eliminations here in Bubba's Speed Shop Pro.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Randy Cole with the NHRDA. This is the third stop on the Hot Shot Secret Drag Racing Series. We've been to Arizona, California, and we're super happy to return to Mission Raceway. 2008 was the last time we were here. We've got approximately 65 competitors today. We'll be running our categories of Sportsman, Super Diesel, Big Rig Bracket, 670 Index, Super Street, Pro Street, Pro Stock, and Hot Rod Semis. On property today, Donovan Harris, Armor Inc. from Red Deer, Alberta, has a very good chance of setting a new national record here at Mission Raceway. So keep your eyes on when you see that maroon Dodge pulling up. We are also live on Diesel TV. So if you have friends and family that want to watch this live, go to our Facebook page, and it is live right now on Diesel TV on our YouTube page. Again, we want to thank everybody, the Mission Raceway staff. They're a great staff here. And this is our last qualifying round for the diesels. And then we'll go back to the gas racing, and then we'll come back into elimination. So we're kind of doing a crossover here. But again, thanks you for Mission Raceway and the staff for having us back.
So good to see the NHRDA out here with us today. We're going to be going through their classes right away. All right, Tower Staff says they're ready for the diesels. Bring it on. That's what I'm talking about here. dieseldoctor.ca sponsoring this event here. The right lane sponsored by Harbor City Diesel. Left lane sponsored by Dirty Diesel Customs. We'll be starting off in our Diesel Sportsman class sponsored by Armor Inc. All right, here we are, Sportsman Bracket Racing. It is John Kitson in the Dirty Diesel Customs left lane, going against Kendall Freed in the right lane, sponsored by Harbor City Diesel. John is from Abbotsford, and Kendall is from Minburn, Alberta. Oh, wow. Kendall is really following the circuit. A national championship circuit, and he's from Alberta. He's been going all over the U.S. And it's John Kitson here, 7.95, 88 miles an hour. Okay, this is the last round here of qualifying. Brett Laurie from Armstrong, BC, in his 01 Dodge 2500 going against Rob Kretz from Kamloops 2007 Ford F350. Rolling some coal here. The Canadian Diesel Shootout. Brett Laurie moving on, a 7.84 at 88. Just a reminder, these diesels are running to the 8th mile, Marissa Novak from Outington, Washington, 2016. Arlington, Washington. That'd be Outington. In the dirty diesel lane, going against Jordan Oborn from Abbotsford in his 2011 BMW. So there you go. It's Marissa's first time racing this type of vehicle. Apparently it's Randy's daughter, you guys. A 9.59 for Jordan in the diesel Sportsman class here. Sponsored by Armor Incorporated. Brent Ambler going against Kelsey Rucker from Arlington, Washington in the Harbor City Diesel lane on the right side. Bulbs are lit here. Diesel Sportsman. Oh, wow. That kind of water rolls some coal. 8.50, 85 miles an hour for Brent Ambler. 11.11 even at 65 for Kelsey. Chris Oborn from Abbotsford, 2011 Diesel Ram 3500 in the dirty diesel lane, going against Andrew Hatton from Langley in the Harbor City Diesel lane. A lot of these trucks double class, Randy tells me. So we'll see these trucks making repeat appearances as the hot lap. No need to cool down a diesel. 7.81, 90 miles an hour for Chris Oborn. A 10.04 for Andrew Hatton at 66 miles an hour. Elijah is in the dirty diesel lane. He's from Nanaimo. 1991 Chevy Silverado going against Caitlin from Williams Lake. 2001 Ford F350 in the Harbor City Diesel lane. A 9.05 at 76 miles an hour for Caitlin. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Our diesel drags. Can we get the 670 index class to lanes 1 and 2? And the Super Street to lanes 3 and 4. And now these are our diesel competitors, please. The 670 index class and Super Street. We have Marissa Oborn here from Abbotsford, 2011 Dodge in dirty diesel lane, going against Derek Lorden from Chilliwack in that 2014 Dodge. Looks like Derek takes it at 9.83 at 70 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Our diesel competitors, can we get Pro Street to the lanes, please, and Pro Stock to the lanes. These are for our diesel competitors only. Pro Street and Pro Stock to the lanes, please. This is Lorenz Schwartz, our very own from Langley, in his own 22 Silverado. Going against Brody Shirk here. Some local guys saying, hey, why not? Let's get out of our race cars and get into our diesel trucks and race. And this round will go to Lorenz at 10:30 at 71 miles an hour. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Oh, so it's $1,000 to the winner of the diesel Sportsman. So no wonder they're just grabbing their tow vehicles and having some fun. Don't forget, that could be you too next time the NHRDA shows up here. You can enter your diesel and win the big cashola. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Our diesel competitors, we need you to the lanes, the 670 index class, Super Street, Pro Stock, and Hot Rod Semi. For our diesel competitors only, we need the 670 index class, Super Street, Pro Stock, and Hot Rod Semi to the lanes, please. This is John Kitson from Abbotsford, 2008 Dodge, going against Nick Kriegel from Bowen Island, Alberta, the 07 Dodge in the Harbor City. All right, this is the Super Diesel 770 index class. Nick running a 7.73 at 89 miles an hour. John an 8.1 at 87. Super Diesel sponsored by ARP. ARP, thank you for sponsoring the Super Diesel 770 class. Justin Laurie from Lloydminster, Alberta. It is 01 Dodge in the Dirty Diesel lane, going against Rob Getz from Kamloops, the 07 Ford F350. So we've got a Dodge versus Ford battle on our hands to the 8th mile. Super Diesel 770. Spooling up their trucks. Look at that coal rolling. That is cool. And it goes to Rob Getz in the Harbor City Diesel lane, a 7.68 at 90 miles an hour versus the 7.85 at 87. Chris Oburn from Abbotsford, BC, in his 2011 Dodge 3500, running a solo pass here in Super Diesel 770, sponsored by ARP. .45, 65 miles an hour for Chris Oborn in the Super Diesel 770. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, our Canadian Diesel Shootout participants. We need big rig bracket racing, 670 index, Super Street, Pro Stock. To the lanes, please. We'll get the 670 class in lanes 1 and 2, Super Street to 3 and 4, Pro Street to 5, Pro Stock to 6, and Hot Rod Semi 2, 3, and 4, please. And look what we got here. This is my kind of racing. Rob John Kine in the Dirty Diesel Custom Lane 1962 Needle. Going against Katz Wolf from Maple Ridge in the 2007 Columbia. Here we go, semi racing at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Here we go. guys. I was a trucker for 22 years, so this is right up my alley. It looks like they're doing the quarter mile. Woohoo! 22.5665 miles an hour for Rob, John Kind, and Katz of Red Light, but this is just qualifying at 23.8665 miles an hour. Now, this is a local gentleman, and I used to drive dump truck and take it to his pit over at Davies Sand and Gravel. It's Dean Davies. Be sure for all of your sand and gravel needs that you contact Davies Sand and Gravel. Dean Davies, and I know that gentleman can shift through the gears.
All right, next up is our 670 index class. This is new to us. For most of you people want to know why we're going 8th mile, the problem was back in 2018, a lot of our trucks and categories were exceeding the 150 mile mark. So NHRA did not like us at 5,000 pounds going over 150 miles an hour. So to cure that, we are now at 1,000 or 8th mile because the rules changed at 8th mile. So that is the reason we are 8th mile. But next up is a 670 index class. And then after that, we have the Super Street class. That's a 590 index. Then we get into the real racing. Pro Street, Pro Stock, and Hot Rod Semi are all heads up, run what you brung.
I don't know. I got to call my boss at Mid Holdings and get one of those dump trucks out here because I'm pretty sure I can beat Dean Davey in his 21.74. I'll tell ya. 670 index here, the Canadian Diesel Shootout, sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. This class is sponsored by Supreme Diesel. We've got Taylor Brown from Penticton in his 01 Dodge in the left lane, the dirty diesel lane, going against Rich Mead from Sturgeon, Alberta, 2007 Dodge in the Harbor City diesel lane. A 708, 102 miles an hour for Rich Mead in the right lane, the Harbor City diesel lane, versus 7.44 at 80 miles an hour. This is the 670 index class, sponsored by Supreme Diesel here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Now, I know on the live feed, you can't see a lot with that coal just flying in the air, but, you know, you should be here. That's all I'm going to say. Marina Zune from Maple Ridge in the 2006 GMC. Next up in the 670 Index. Spooling up that diesel at the start line. Back wheels off. Wow, did you see the back wheels jump? Just wanted to give her. A 6.29, 111 miles an hour. Holy moly. Got to keep our eyes on that guy. Moving into our Super Street class. This is a 590 index sponsored by Diamond Diesel. They're just getting faster and faster. We're just getting started here. Super Street, the Canadian Diesel Shootout here, sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. Chris Jervis from Sylvan Lake, Alberta is in the right lane, the Harbor City diesel lane from Sylvan Lake, 1996 Ford F-150. Just pulling up the other drivers, not in our computer. pretty close race here. Wow, a 6:40, 113 for Chris Jervis, and a 6:64 at 108 for Jordan Powell from West Kelowna. Carrying on in our Super Street 590 class, sponsored by Diamond Diesel, we've got Hans Van from Armstrong, BC, in the left lane, the dirty diesel lane. 1994 Dodge Ram going against Malcolm Cross. 1991 Chevy Silverado in the Harbor City diesel lane. Wow. Hans Van, a 6.36, 121 miles an hour, at 8.52 at 146 for Malcolm.
Attention the pits, attention the pits. My diesel competitors, do not come back to the lanes. We are going back to gas for a couple of rounds, so diesel competitors do not come back to the lanes until you're called. We're now moving into the Pro Street category. From here on out, it gets faster. It's all heads up racing.
Pro Street here at the Canadian Diesel Shootout, sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. Pro Street sponsored by Smeding Diesel. And it is just getting faster and faster, as Randy said, folks. Canadian Diesel Shootout here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Just a reminder, diesel competitors, do not come back to the lanes until you're called. We're going to carry on with our Summit ET series, and then we'll be going on into your next round. Dennis Kriegel from Medicine Hat. 2019 Dodge Ram 1500. Oh, a hard right for Dennis Kriegel, but letting out as he should, a 7.82, 57 miles an hour. We're gonna have to keep our eyes on that truck. All sorts of power in these classes, wow. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Our ET Series competitors, we're calling Sportsman to lanes 1 and 2, and Super Pro to 3 and 4. This is for our ET Series gas vehicles, please. Sportsman to lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro 3 and 4. All right, we're just checking the track out because, as the big man Randy says, these next two trucks are fast. It's getting faster and faster here. The Canadian Diesel Shootout series sponsored by Hot Shot Secret, and this event sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. Big thanks to the Canadian Diesel Shootout, the NHRDA sponsors, Harbor City Diesel, Dirty Diesel Customs, Armor Incorporated, ARP, 10-4 Magazine, Supreme Diesel, Diamond Diesel, Smegging Diesel, and Radical Diesel, as well as MHPD. 10-4 Magazine, big thank you for sponsoring the big rig bracket drag racing classes here at the Canadian Diesel Shootout. 10-4 Magazine is a fun and informative monthly publication that features the coolest trucks and trucking companies out there. Available for free at nearly 300 locations in 25 states. Subscriptions are also available for those who'd want to have them sent directly to them for just $60 a year. Visit www.104magazine.com for more details, or to check out their free digital edition, which is an exact copy of our printed version, 10-4 magazine, for today's trucker since 1993. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a Mazda in lane 1 that needs to be moved immediately. If you have a Mazda and you are in lane 1, we need that moved immediately, please. Oh, I see it there. How rude. The National Hot Rod Diesel Association race here, the Canadian Diesel Shootout. Sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. Don't forget to check out the vendors row. It's just down here on pit side, about half track. All sorts of great people there. I made sure I stopped by and said hello to everybody. Make sure that you say hello too.
Attention the pits, attention the bits. Mario, hot rod semi. If hot rod is semis are running, here they come. Look at that. I make a call and they come running. Hot rod semis to the lanes again. Last call, hot rod semis.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get our ET Series gas Sportsman to lane 1 and 2? This is for the, I want to call them gassers, but they're not really, but Sportsman and NHRDA, and Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4, please. Sportsman to lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro to 3 and 4, and that is for our gasoline-powered competitors. Moving into Pro Stock here, the Canadian Diesel Shootout, sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. Oh, a little bit of nitrous too early, Randy says. And smoke rings, hey, that is pretty talented right there. I like it. Pro Stock 8th Mile Racing, brought to you by Radical Diesel Repair. Pro Stock here at the Canadian Diesel Shootout. Lots more racing to come, folks. Lots more ET Series NHRA. Lots more NHRDA. We'll be racing late into the evening. Donovan Harris in the Dirty Diesel lane. He's from Red Deer, Alberta. That's a 2001 Dodge 1500. A former NHRDA World Champion and National Champion. I'm having a feeling this truck is going to go very, very fast. Donovan Harris from Red Deer, Alberta here. The Canadian Diesel Shootout, sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. hard right for Donovan Harris, having to let out of that. They're just figuring out the track, big old Randy here says. There's been a few hard rights, that's for sure, but they're going to straighten that out. They'll be back in their next round here at the Canadian Diesel Shootout. Kevin Douglas in the Harbor City Diesel Lane from Calgary, Alberta. 1967 Chevy C10. Great to see these guys from all over coming down here to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway to come play in the Canadian Diesel Shootout, sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. Kevin Douglas at the line, Harbor City Diesel Lane. Wow, a little squirrely there at the end of the track, but a 6.42, 101 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Pro Stock brought to you by Radical Diesel Repair. Hot Rod Semi coming up, sponsored by MHPD. Mario Manetti coming up to the line with his lights a flashing. Now, what would you do if he was behind you? Would you pull over? He's in the Beast. Going against Dave Stewart in the Harbor City Diesel Lane. Rolling the coal, folks. Wow. Oh, yeah, that is what we're talking about here at the Canadian Diesel Shootout, sponsored by Diesel Doctor. That's what we're waiting for. Amazing burnouts. We'll have to see what these semis will do. Mario Monette is in the dirty diesel lane, which is the left lane. He's from Edmonton, and he says he's the Canadian John Force in the Beast. And I love the dude's hat right there. Now that is cool. Oh, it's the Mario brothers. That now I get it. Okay, oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm a little late. I'm gonna have to crack this Red Bull. Hot Rod Semi here at the Canadian Diesel Shootout, sponsored by MHPD. semi racing here at the Titanium Strip. Yeah, let's just keep doing this. 12.51 for Mario. The Mario brothers, 114 miles an hour. Now you got to appreciate the Yoshi, the Luigi, and the mushroom hats. Now I do appreciate that. Very good. Dave Stewart at 12.68 at 107. Man, is there any truckers here in the crowd? Yeah, right? That's what I'm talking about. This is what we wish we could do when we leave the job site. Wow, I feel like I need a cigarette. That was awesome. Wow. Canadian Diesel Shootout. That was Hot Rod Semi. The National Hot Rod Diesel Association. All right, so that was their final qualifying for our diesel friends. And we're going to get back now to the Summit ET Series with our Sportsman and our Super Pro that should be in the lanes right about now. So glad to see you all out here today, all of our new friends here watching the NHRDA. Glad to have you out and all of your kids running around. It's a beautiful evening for some awesome diesel and Summit ET Series racing. NHRA and the NHRDA here at the track tonight on the Titanium Strip. Titanium Strip is sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Be sure you join the Titanium Facebook group. They're giving away cash, 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 and I love cash. Be sure to like their page and win. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get ET Series Hot Rod to the lanes, please? Just a little track prep and we'll be moving on with our ET Series NHRA race number 8. Don't forget this Friday we've got the Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. That's June 23rd. That's where you can bring your diesel, car, truck, anything you want and come play on the track. If your friend says your car is junk and is slow, well, you challenge him to a race here at the Street Legals. We'll just see about that, pal. Friday Night Street Legals this Friday, and don't forget Door Wars 11, June 29th to July 2nd, the Canada Day weekend. Why not spend it here at the Titanium Strip and Mission Raceways? Door Wars 11, always an amazing time. Be sure to join our group on Facebook to get all the deets. Don't forget to check out the concession stand if you need to get a drink. I know I did, just cracking open my Rockstar Punched right now. Lots more racing action to come. Track officials just doing a little track prep before we get back to our NHRA racing. Summit ET Series race number 8. Of course, tomorrow, Summit ET Series race number 9. Shout out to our friends on Lordco TV. How are you doing? And just want to say, don't forget to go and say hi to these race car drivers. If you've got kids or if you've got questions, you don't even need kids, just questions. They love to talk to you. I can't tell you how many questions I am throwing at them, and they deal with me. So definitely, if you have any questions or just make friends with some of these drivers, they're the nicest people in the world. They're not going to bite. Moving into Sportsman class here, Sportsman. Sportsman sponsored by Vancouver Car Wraps. Sydney Jung in the TCS lane. She's from Surrey, 1981 Chevy Malibu, dialed in at a 12:01. Going against Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington in a 69 Mach 1, dialed in 11:79. Sydney Jung moving on into the next line. Sorry, mouth won't work. Need more Rockstar. 12.02, 105, moving into the next round. And you know, Sean Langley had a quad 9 reaction time. 0009 for Sean, but Sydney moving on. It's Ryan Lorette from Maple Ridge, 1971 Chevelle, sponsored by Muffler Tech Automotive, going against Emma Siddon in her 68 Dodge, sponsored by Tops Auto Care. Emma moving on. 11.77 on the 1174 dial, 107 miles an hour for Emma. By run for Nick Douglas from Washington. SBB Racing is his sponsor. This is the Sportsman class, sponsored by Vancouver Car Wraps. A 12.33 at 108 for Nick. Moving into our Super Pro class, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways, this is the Summit ET Series race number 8. John Jenkins from Delta, 1988 Chevy S10, sponsored by West Coast Building Restorations and Mackenzie Racing. John's dialed in at a 10.85, going against Dustin Brewington. A 10.22 is his dial in. He's from Kennewick, Washington. Chevy versus Chevy, our first two competitors in Super Pro, brought to you by Rad Torque Systems. To 227 miles an hour for Dustin Brewington from Washington. He's moving on into the next round. In the Lordco lane, it is Justin Bond. Yes, you know him from Pro Mod fame, NHRDA TV, Going against Kevin McNichol from Mission, 1967 Chevy Nova. He's the 2014 Super Pro Champion, sponsored by Ken Specialty Auto and Titanium Auto Strip. Kevin dialed in at a 10:10, Justin a 7:07. So Kevin getting a considerable head start. And Justin's going to have to chill out for 3 seconds while he watches Kevin barrel down the track. One Mississippi, two Mississippi. Can Justin make it? He does. A 7:08, 171 miles an hour. Justin moving on in Super Pro. Kevin at 10:12 at 128. Is John Tebeck from Maple Ridge, 1989 S10, running a 365, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Super Combo to the lanes, please? Super Combo, we need you to the lanes, and juniors, you are on standby. A 10:45 on a 1040 dial for John at 120 miles an hour. Moving into Hot Rod. Hot Rod sponsored by the Old Car Center. Thank you so much for sponsoring the Hot Rod class. Sylvia Hoogstens in the TCS lane for Maple Ridge, 1966 Ford Mustang. Larry Rodenizer from Langley in his 46 Ford he calls Old Yeller, sponsored by Lordco. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, you are on standby, please. Door slammers, you're on standby. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Combo, your last call. Super Combo to the lanes, please. Can we get juniors to lanes 1 and 2, please? Juniors to lanes 1 and 2. Sylvia, unfortunately, red lighting at 9 thousandths of a second. Larry Rodenizer will be moving on, 11.47 at 77 miles an hour. Mark Brenzinger from Richmond, 67 Nova called Out of Time. He's the 2021 and 22 Hot Rod champ, going against John Sayer in his 68 Dodge, sponsored by Frankenstein Speed and Customs. John with the head start. Mark with liftoff, chasing him down. Unfortunately, a red light for Mark. It'll be John Sayer moving ahead, 11.82 on 11.82 dial. Just 9 thousandths off his dial. Amazing driving right there. Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack in its Falcon Fast. Dustin on his bye run here. 64 Falcon Fast. Say that 3 times in a row. I'm not going to try. Moving on into the next round, a 9:11 at 149 on the 909 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, we need you into lanes 1 and 2, please. Juniors to lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, this is your 5-minute standby. Door slammers, your 5-minute standby. Super combo, you should be in the lanes as you've already had your last call. Don't forget, lots more racing action and a whole bunch of NHRDA diesel drags coming up. The Canadian Diesel Shootout. So glad to have these guys out here. Very, very cool what they're doing out here. Big thanks to their sponsors. Hot Shot Secret Drag Racing Series. This event here is sponsored by dieseldoctor.ca. Big thanks to Harbor City Diesel, Dirty Diesel Customs, Armor Incorporated, ARP, 10-4 Magazine, Supreme Diesel, Diamond Diesel, Radical Diesel, Smegging Diesel, and MHPD. So glad to have all these guys out here with us today. So lots of more racing action. Summit ET Series, NHRA. And our friends here at the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. Can't wait to see those semis come on back again. Now again, if you need another driver, I'm available. I've driven trucks for 22 years. I think I can handle it. Great to see everybody out here today, all your smiling faces here. What a beautiful evening it was. It was a little sketchy, wasn't it? But no. We got all sorts of racing in and lots more to come. Sun is out. It's a great, great day for racing. All right, just so you know, for your information, we are broadcasting live at 92.7 FM. If you cannot hear my voice, now I know I'm a woman and you tune me out, but listen, give me a break. We're broadcasting live, 92.7 FM. You should be able to hear me calling your class. If you cannot hear me, we are also on Twitter. Add us on Twitter. We tweet exactly what classes we're calling. So there is a visual on the classes. So Twitter or 92.7 or I've got Nolan here. Nolan is back and you're going to listen to Nolan.
Oh, you know you missed me.
We missed you. We missed you, Nolan. Nolan is back.
2 hours of
Hello,
very sore
everybody,
voice later.
waving at us. He's back. I'll make sure Nolan calls the classes because no one's going to mess with Nolan.
And speaking of which, attention in the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, lanes 4 and 5. Canada West Door Slammers, bring them up to lanes 4 and 5. We roll to Lord Kawada Parts Super Combo for round number next, which, as I understand, is the final round. Brad Vingy brings up the BNC Racing Camaro dialed in the 1090 on that Super Street Index. Dean Peterson for Peterson Family Racing to the Mustang dialed in a 990. Two green lights. Anderson has the chase down Brad Vingy. The Super Gas Mustang chasing down the Super Street Camaro. Can he get around him at the top end? He does not, but it doesn't matter because Vingy goes under the dial. 1088 on the 1090 index. 12 1,000ths under the dial, and we'll give it up for Dean Peterson, who will take the Lord Kawada Parts Super Combo victory for race number 8 in the NHRA Summit ET Series. Although it is their race 3. As I understand, the National Hot Rod Diesel Association has gone through their list of, or their final qualifying hit of the evening. And on that note, I want to once again give a big welcome to not just the folks on MRP Lordco TV today, but also Diesel TV, broadcasting to 2 places at once this evening. As you know, the plan was to have this Summit race locked out before the Diesel guys began, but Mother Nature earlier today had something to say about that one. Rained us out throughout our entire morning, so running both programs at once, but hey, it's more racing for you guys at home. Yeah, 2 races for the price of 1. I'll take that. Of course, I'm sure the guys who were here for the summer race were not so appreciative of that, having to stand outside of the rain for 3 hours, but it is what it is. Still got the beautiful puddle of knowledge down there, which is looking to be shrinking, which is exactly what you like to see. We roll into Pete and Industries Junior Thunder for their next round of eliminations. Hunter Glam brings out the BDL Automotive Super Steve's Tires, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, Paint by Rodriguez, Junior Dragster dialed in at a 943. Racing Isabella Marshall. And the Titanium Auto Group Quality Manufactured Homes Dragster dialed in at 915. One of these racers will move on to the final. The other one will be sent packing until tomorrow. 2 green lights as we hightail it up towards the 8th mile. And it'll be Isabella Marshall moving into the final round, knocking out Hunter Gallant by just over a tenth of a second. We'll bring up Ashton Catney for TK Performance, dialed in at 11:90 to race Wesley Armstrong. And the Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Sea-to-Sky-Law.ca Badass Garage. Drags it dialed in at a 12:16. Wesley Armstrong turns on the red light. Ashton Katnick will face off against Isabel Marshall in the Junior Thunder Final. And that'll wrap it up for Junior Thunder semifinals. We'll roll into Junior Lightning semifinals. Colton Morin brings out the Total Dairy Solutions, Tires Plus, Waco Ford, and JBS Equipment, Rex Cox. Student Drags is dialed at a 791. Racing McKenna Thompson's JBS Dragster dialed at a 793. Just waiting on both racers to bump their way forward. Morin, the first driver to pre-stage over here in the TCS lane. McKenna Thompson in the Orco lane. Bumps in second. Red light start, Colton Morin. McKenna Thompson takes the win light. 4 thousandths of a second reaction time will move into the final. We'll race Aiden Katnick. Hey, how about the attendance we got in the stands today? We usually don't see this kind of a turnout for our regular race weekends. Glad to see everybody out here enjoying the Summit race with us, as well as the diesel racing later on this evening. You all should come back out for Door Wars in 2 weeks. We got the Outlaws out to party. We'll have some good old pro mods. Justin Bond bringing the Bahrain 1 crew back up to party. Possibly Khalid Al-Belushi will be up to race. Belushi setting the 8th mile pro mod record last time he was up here for last year's Door Wars 10. Aiden Katnick with the by a run. Will face off against McKenna Thompson in the final. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Door slammer drivers Peter Lacanis and Darren Buick. We need you back to the staging lanes. We're getting set to run you here. That is Peter Lacanis and Darren Buick. We need you in the staging lanes. ASAP. And while we're at it, we're going to make that a 10-minute call for NHRDA Diesel Sportsman to the lanes. That is a 10-minute standby call for NHRDA Sportsman. We'll be calling you up to the lanes in about 10 minutes here. Check out the action down on Vendor Row. It is busy, 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 busy down there as all the stands getting some much-needed attention over the course of the afternoon. You want to see the latest and greatest in diesel performance? Well, hop on down pit side, opposite end of the grandstands. And well, there's I'd imagine a whole host of goodies. I've been too busy today to take a run down there. I've been running back home, back up here constantly, dealing with one thing or another, one broadcast or another. We roll to Winter Harbor Marine and RV Canada West Door Slammer, sponsored this weekend by TCS Performance Products. You want to learn more about performance converters and transmissions, swing on up to 205 Street, Langley, BC, unit number 6217, or call them up at 604-533-8675. They'll be more than happy to take care of you. Attention to the pits. We're going to make the call for NHRDA Sportsman Super Diesel to the staging lanes and Big Rig Bracket. Sportsman, Super Diesel, and Big Rig Bracket, come on down to the staging lanes for first and, in one of your cases, only round of eliminations. Adam DeYoung. Taking up the Artex Racing Total Dairy Solutions Chevy Camaro, racing to an 8:52 with the bye run on this round of eliminations. Third round of eliminations for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammer Series. Like so many of our other classes, we have yet to have a repeat winner on the season. So far, only 2 races have been run for the Door Slammers. Paul Stretch, Peter Lacanis, the 2 winners thus far. 2023. It'll be a 9:21 with the 611 miles an hour for DeYoung, shutting it off early. No need to push the tree when you got a bye run. A lot of smoke at the top end as well. They're going to shut things down and have a look as Adam DeYoung had something go awry on that latest pass. As we stand by on our next Door Slammer pass, Mike Kenworthy, the Illusion Motorsports Speed Mart, Hoosier the dealer. Pontiac will be racing Jan Christensen in the El Gringo Nova. Christensen typically a runner in Rad Torque Systems Super Pro and occasionally in Super Combo, but today making the decision to run over in the Door Slammer group. And in fact, he made that decision last event too, at the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association race a couple of weeks ago. Of course, was eliminated in round 1 in the CMDRA, so making a better effort here, it would seem, as he's sitting in round 3. Attention, NHRDA, Armor Incorporated Sportsman Diesel. That is once again Sportsman Diesel. We are looking to hot lap your class as you are, shall we say, outnumbering a good number of the classes in the diesel race here tonight. So if you win in your class, it is straight back to the lanes, not to your pit stall. If you win, it is right back to the lanes. We are hot lapping Sportsman Diesel tonight. Burnout's complete as track has been deemed safe to run. We will get back into the fray. Christensen taking the win. Mike Kenworthy goes 4 thou under the dial. And that will promote Jan Christensen into the semifinals. We bring up race 2 winner Peter Lacanis. In the Transporters Logistics Corvette racing Darren Buick in the Evans Excavating Chevy Nova. 856 to an 862. Hoping for a smooth battle this time. As we hightail it up once again to the quarter mile and double breakout. Darren Buick, the lesser offender. Peter Lacanis was 12th thou under the dial. Darren Buick was 001. Went 861, 85 on the 862 dial, 15 10,000ths underneath that dial in. That brings up our final pairing of the Door Slammers quarterfinals. I see Greg Field hasn't been eliminated yet. That car's been running smooth all day. I know he was aiming for a 640. I saw he said he had a 642 on my way back home a couple hours ago. Has he beaten that 640 target yet? Auto parts on the Little Opal over in the TCS lane. Tom Katnick for TK Performance. In the Camaro, down to the 643 to a 745. 1 second separated them on the tree, and this Opal is quick. Hands down, the fastest machine we have on the property today, whether it be diesel or gasser. That thing made a 642 pass at 221 miles an hour up to the quarter mile earlier today. If this was a heads-up category, Field would smoke them any day of the week.
Well, anything can happen, Nolan, and we're going to find out momentarily. The Canada West Door Slammers here. Final pair.
All racers staged. Oh, it's a red line. 3,000. Whoa, look out as Field gets way close to the left side wall. Thought for a moment was going to go into the wall. He'll lift out of it, and that'll be an aborted run from Greg Field. Tom Katnick runs through a 754, 170 miles an hour, will move to the semis. Tough break. You make it so far, you're eliminated by 3 thou in the quarters. I think an aborted run, though, was wise on that one. He got out of the groove on the left side. I think couldn't fit a sheet of paper between him and the wall. Once again, the call for NHRDA Sportsman Diesel. If you win, straight back to the lanes. We are hot lapping the Sportsman Diesel category. Sponsored this weekend by Armor Incorporated. Going to put the 10-minute call for 670 Index and Super Street as well. That is 10-minute standby call for 670 Index and Super Street, as well as Pro Street. Armoring Diesel and Suspension, home to some of the fastest diesel trucks in Canada and a top competitor in North America. Armor has been in the diesel business for over 15 years. They do everything from stable maintenance to 2,000 horsepower plus competition diesel trucks, serving not only Canada but shipping parts all over North America and indeed overseas. With a service shop of 11,000 square feet, they have the tools and the knowledge to get you down the road or the racetrack. Located in Red Deer, Alberta, they have the know-how to service your diesel needs. We roll once again into the dieseldoctor.ca Canadian Diesel Shootout for the National Hot Rod Diesel Association Hot Shot Secret Series. First pairing up, Brett Laurie in the 2001 Dodge 2500 out of the 770 to race Chris Oborn in the Ram 3500 out of 780 as we get set for our first diesel elimination pass of the weekend. Chris Oborn taking the win light by 0.4 of a second over Brett Laurie. So Laurie is eliminated. We move to our next pairing. Rob Kretz out of the 760 against Marissa Novak out of Outington, Washington. In the Ford pickup dial that at 1040. This is a bracket class racing up to the 8th mile, as is a good number of the races from the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. Big rule, you cannot go faster than a 640. Both races away on green lights. Kretz closing, knocks out Marissa Novak as that race won on the start line. 061 to a 181 on the tree. Kretz puts down a 793, 82 miles an hour. Got there first by about 0.4 of a second. We bring up one of the BMW X5s, one of the two BMW X5s we've got on the property, racing against Brody Shirk, the Ford F350. Jordan Oborn over here, not in the TCS lane, but in what is now the Dirty Diesel Customs lane. It'll be the Harbor City Diesel lane to get there first. Brody Shirk didn't get there first, but Jordan Oborn went under the dial to do so by 0.2 of a second. Not like it would have mattered. Even if he hadn't broken out, Shirk would have gotten him by about 1.5 tenths. We'll bring up Andy Hatton. Usually races in our Canada West Door Slammers category. I think raced there, in fact, earlier this afternoon. Now racing a tow truck against Brett Ambler. And Brent Ambler goes out under the dial. Andrew Hatton got there first. Better on the tree by 0.4 of a second. Well, the bracket races are showing what's what tonight.
I think this is really exciting, Nolan.
Derek Lord and then Caitlin Skirto. Both away on the green, and it's a breakout for Skirto. Got there first, only went under by 1/6 of a second, and you take a look at how much 3/4 second got there first. Didn't need to push it, pushed too much, got too greedy. Derek Lodorn will go on into the next round. Marissa Oborn brings out the other Beamer X5 to race Kendall Freed in the Silverado. On the brakes at the top end for Kendall Freed, and it'll pay off. Just one thou off the dial. That truck is dialed in. 973 with a 1 on the 973 dial. So was Marissa Oborn, though, only 4 thou off the dial. That race, again, won on the starting line by about 0.3 of a second.
It's been really close, Nolan, with these NHRDA guys. They are really dialed in. These guys are really cool.
This is all they do. They race their diesel vehicles wherever they go, touring all across North America. And they drive one day. Kelsey Rucker will not beat John Kitson as Kitson gets there first. Moves into the next round. Final pairing here of Armor Incorporated Sportsman on the line. Elijah Garmau brings up his Chevy Silverado to race Lorenz Schwartz, our 2022 King of the Track in the Silverado. $1,000 up for grabs here tonight. That's why I think Schwartz is running in the diesel categories here.
Oh yeah, they're just having fun racing their tow vehicles.
I mean, hey, it's a car.
Here's $1,000.
And that's not a good light, is what I've just noticed, as Lorenz Schwartz taking it easy. And double breakout. I think Lorenz Schwartz is going to take that one regardless, though, as Elijah Garmau went 0.8 on the tree. That's That's a yikes from me, Chief, on that one. We'll bring up Super Diesel. It is ARP Super Diesel, one of 3 index classes for the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. These ones running 770, so it'll be we have 5/10 Pro Tree. Heads up racing to the 8th mile. 770 is the index.
Justin Laurie in the Dirty Diesel lane going against Nick Kriegel in the 07 Dodge. First 2 vehicles of the Super Diesel 770 class. And it's Nick, 8.09, 86 miles an hour. Moving on into the next round, 8th mile racing here. The Canadian Diesel Shootout. Super Diesel brought to you by ARP.
So with Nick Kriegel knocking out Justin Laurie by a quarter of a second, ran the 809, 86 miles an hour. But again, won on the starting tree with an 093 reaction time to Justin Laurie's 0.605. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Jay Laurie We need you in the lanes now. Jay Laurie, we need you in the lanes now. If you are not here within the next 60 seconds, we are running without you. You will be disqualified. Jay Laurie to the lanes now. BD Diesel Power sponsoring both lanes here in this one. Chris Oborn and John Kitson, pair of Dodge pickups. Going head to head. Boss versus employee, as I'm being told. Chris Oborn and John Kitson staging up. 2 green lights. Oh, that's going to be a close one up at the 8th. 056 to an 091, and it's Chris Oborn. Now, do you think John Kitson threw that one for a raise is the question. John Kitson goes under the dial by 75 thou, went 762 on the 770 dial. It's Chris Oborn with 777. So as Sportsman is getting set to run for their second round of eliminations, after this round, you can go back to the pits. So Sportsman, after this second rotation, once you have run for a second time, you can go back to the pits. Rob Getz and Justin Laurie, Ford F-350 versus Dodge. Lloydmaster Alberta versus Kamloops, BC. Rob Getz waiting to stage him up in the Dirty Diesel Customs lane. Justin Laurie up on the tree a little bit in the Rocket City Diesel lane. At the line, Rob Getz stays out in front, 1/1000th of a second, the margin of victory between the two as Rob Getz moves to the next round. That takes us to 10-4 Magazine Big Rig Bracket for their final round. Well, as I understand, not in fact a final anymore. We had a last-minute turn-up. We only had 2 racing last night, but now we've got. So this is a semifinal now for the Big Rig Bracket class, sponsored by 10-4 Magazine. Sponsoring the Big Rig Bracket Drag Racing Series here at the Canadian Diesel Shootout. One of their new marketing partners is 10-4 Magazine. Started in 1993, Southern California, 10-4 Magazine is a fun and informative big rig trucking publication that has grown to have a nationwide coverage and will be celebrating its 30th anniversary this September. To sign up for a subscription or review of their free digital edition, visit www.104magazine.com today. Both trucks away on green lights. As we hightail it, or low-tail, I guess, up towards the quarter mile. Rob, John Kind, and Katz Wolf. Which one of them will move on into the final round? It will be Rob, John Kind, knocking out Katz Wolf. Dean Davies will be facing off against John Kind in the final.
All right, so Dean Davies, a part of Davies Sand and Gravel for all your sand and gravel needs. So I was a dump truck driver for the last 3 years, spent a lot of time over at Davies at his pit there. This is a great family and a great dude. Davies Sand and Gravel. Dean Davies at 22.16, 65 miles an hour. Great driving, driver.
So this is back to our, I believe, our first round of eliminations for 670 Index, as they did not fully get through they did not get through their full rotation. So this is a 670 back up to party. So 670 Index, sponsored by Supreme Diesel, up for their first elimination round. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Street and Pro Street. We need you in the staging lanes. Super Street and Pro Street. Come on down to the staging lanes. Rich Mead Racing, Marinus Wound. And 8th mile, it'll be Marinus Wound. 200ths of a second knocks out Rich Mead, brings up Taylor Brown in the Dodge pickup. So Taylor Brown will face off against Marinus Wound in the 670 Index Final, sponsored by Supreme Diesel. And that will take us back to Armor Incorporated Sportsman. 8 trucks remaining in our Sportsman category.
We're rolling through the classes here. The Canadian Diesel Shootout. The National Hot Rod Diesel Association. So glad to have them here today. We've been rolling coal, Nolan. Having a great old time. Good to see everybody out here today. Big crowd. And a shout out to everyone watching on the live stream.
Live streams, plural. We got 2. Diesel TV and MRP Lordco TV. And Hatton turns on the red bulb. Derek Lorden will be through to round number 3, the semifinals. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street and Pro Street, final call to the lanes. Super Street and Pro Street, this is your final call to the lanes. We're steamrolling through this program, so this is your final call to the lanes. Kendall Reed, 972 dialed up against Lorenz Schwartz, and the Silverado dialed at a 978 to the 8th. Pair of green lights. Only 6th thou on the tree in the back pocket for Kendall Freed. Will break out at the top end. The double breakout will go the way of Lorenz Schwartz. Schwartz is through to the semis. Chris Oborn brings up the Dodge Ram 3500, will go under the dial though by 15th thou. Brody Shirk moves into the semis, brings up Rob Kretz in the 2007 Ford F350, and John Kitson will bring up the 2008 Dodge 2500, 762 to 795 to the 8th. That's going to go the way of John Kitson over in the Harbor City Diesel lane as the Dirty Diesel Customs lane driver Rob Kretz finding himself eliminated. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Street, Pro Street, we've made your final calls already, so we're going to move swiftly along. Pro Stock and Hot Rod Semi to the lanes. Pro Stock, Hot Rod Semi to the lanes. That is once again, Pro Stock and Hot Rod Semi, the only remaining classes in NHRDA as of right now, to the lanes. So we get set to roll through tonight's program. We're going to be down for some track prep as we get set up for Super Street.
Hot Shot's secret is founded on the principle that fixing engine problems and improving our customers' lives are our top priorities. Hot Shot's secret products are designed to clean and protect your engine and ensure that it still is in top shape. From oil and fuel additives to engine oil and transmission fluid, Hot Shot's secret has the formula that will improve your engine's efficiency and performance. We create products with highly concentrated formulas that are much more impactful than the diluted bottled products commonly found on retail shelves. When we say our products work, we mean it, and we have the backup to prove it. All our products are fully formulated, meaning we do not add fillers just to sell a product and are subjected to rigorous third-party testing, after which we publish the results. We want you to have the confidence that every Hot Shot secret product you buy has been scientifically proven to be the best of the best. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You work hard. So does your truck. Summit Racing has the parts, tools, and accessories like toolboxes, headache racks, fender flares, wheels, tires, and more to get the job done right. But we know what they say about all work and no play. That's why you'll also find what you need to take your truck from workhorse to weekend warrior. Plus, you'll get unbeatable customer service, tech advice, and same-day shipping. Order now at summitracing.com. Everything you need for anything you drive.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Smedding Diesel, the official turbo of the NHRDA. It all started with a friendly rivalry and a lathe. Today we use the latest technology to produce the best high-performance diesel turbos in the industry. We're addicted to power and reliability. Smedding Diesel is dedicated to delivering maximum performance for your diesel engine. We take pride in meticulously engineering our parts and build our products from superior materials. Specializing in diesel turbos and components, we offer custom configurations for a wide variety of applications, all proudly built in the USA. With over a decade of experience, our reputation has been built on reliability, quality, and a true obsession with producing the finest products for both performance shops and enthusiasts. Smedding Diesel, the home of high-performance diesel turbos. Visit our website at www.smeddingdiesel.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and a market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
PPE is proud to present our new water-to-air intercooler for the 3-liter Duramax. This high-performance intercooler is designed to be 77% less restrictive than stock with a 2.4 times larger core that reduces exhaust temps and increases fuel efficiency. Also introducing our new cast iron cylinder heads that eliminate blown head gasket issues for the 6.6-liter Duramax. Our heads come pre-installed with fully nitrodated valves made of super alloy steel and upgraded tapered springs. Visit ppepower.com to learn more.
It's really pretty simple. We love what we do. From daily service and repair of diesel pickups to manufacturing and sales of diesel performance parts. The name Strictly Diesel really says it all. Check us out at strictlydiesel.com.
Montana, the NHRDA is back. July 28th through 29th, the Big Sky Truck Fest returns to Yellowstone Track Strip. If you love big rigs and diesel trucks, you're gonna love this. Friday night, it's the NHRDA meet and greet with barbecue and beer gardens. Saturday, the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. See the fastest trucks in the world thunder down the drag strip while chasing after $20,000 in prize money. Plus, big rig truck show and dyno competition. Then Saturday night, it's the awesome ground-pounding truck and tractor pulls. Great family event with weekend camping available. Save on advance tickets at NHRDA.com. Use promo code HOTSHOTS. The Big Sky Truck Fest, July 28th through 29th. Yellowstone Drag Strip, Acton, Montana. Texas, get ready. The NHRDA World Finals returns to Texas Motorplex in Ennis, September 15th through 17th. The East versus West Showdown. NHRDA takes on ODSS. The fastest trucks on Earth battle for World Championship titles and $50,000 in prize money. Friday night, it's the Big Rig Light Show, plus Reaction Time Contest, Beer Garden and Barbecue. Saturday, it's the ground-pounding truck and tractor pull, Big Rig Show and Shine, and dyno competition. Then Saturday afternoon, Hot Shot Secret Drag Racing with 3 rounds of qualifying and jet cars. Sunday, it's racing eliminations, and we crown our world champions. 3 days of action at one low price and weekend camping. Save 20% on advance tickets now at NHRDA.com. Use promo code HOTSHOTS. Semitic Diesel presents the NHRDA World Finals, September 15th through 17th, Texas Motorplex Ennis.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragster finalists. We need you back to the staging lanes. Junior Dragster finalists. Come on back to the staging lanes. Once again, Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. Junior Dragster finalists, back to the staging lanes.
You've been watching the National Hot Rod Diesel Association's Canadian Diesel Shootout, brought to you by dieseldoctor.ca. I've been having a great old time. How about you, Nolan?
I've been having a grand old time as well.
I love watching these guys roll coal. It's good to see everybody out there in the crowd watching all the diesel drags tonight, as well as the Summit ET Series race. Some more diesel drags coming right up.
We roll into Diamond Diesel Super Street, 590 index.
We're only getting faster and faster, folks.
It'll be Hans van Derzen going up against Malcolm Cross. Dodge Ram versus Chevy Silverado racing to the 8th mile on the fastest index class. Both races away on green lights, and it'll be Derzen taking the win. Hans van Derzen going through into the Super Street Final. Be racing either Chris Jervis or Jordan Powell. Burnouts complete for Jervis and Powell. Both races away to the 8th, and it'll be Chris Jervis to race Hans van Derzen in the final. We will go to the Peden Industries Junior Dragster finalists earlier today. Tyler Smith in Junior Street extended his win streak to 5 in a row. For both Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning, we are still waiting on a repeat winner. Your winners so far in Junior Thunder have been Alex Green, Hunter Thompson, April Bond, and Wesley Armstrong. Junior Lightning has seen McKenna Thompson, Lexi Winnebot, and Nick Bond and Ciel Gagnon take it to the winner's circle. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket and Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman for the Summit ET Series to the back of the lanes to be laddered. Pro and the Summit ET Series Sportsman to the back of the lanes to be laddered. Super Pro and Hot Rod, Old Car Center Car Hot Rod. You are on standby. Door Slammers, this is your 20-minute standby call. For the folks that are potentially waiting around for Pro Stock and the Hot Rod semifinals, because they're in their final round, we're going to run them a little bit later on tonight once more of the classes get a bit down in fewer in numbers. We're going to run the finalists a bit closer together. So Pro Stock and Hot Rod semi, a little bit of a wait still ahead, but we'll be bringing them up, I'm hoping, within the next hour or so. I mean, we should be hopefully done in the next hour and a half or so.
That sounds about right, Nolan.
That's whenever I've made that prediction, it's gone against me. Even earlier today, I made the call. We should be back up and running with the rain. About 10 minutes from now, hopefully, things have dried up. 40 minutes later. Okay, so it's going to be at least an hour before we're back up and running again.
Well, it's because you said the R word. You're not allowed to say that R word.
I said weather. I didn't say rain. I said weather.
Said it again. Knock it off. You're jinxing
we got
us.
sun. We'll be fine.
Lots more racing to come, folks. Summit ET Series race number 8 and the NHRDA. Lots of diesel left to come as well. Big shout out to everybody out there in the crowd. Good to see you. Good to see all of you kids out there. Don't forget to check it out. The mini donut shop is open. They've got the cappuccino, the frappuccino, all of the chinos with all of the whipped cream on top. Be sure to check them out. Yum, yum. Also, visit Claire in the concession stand. They've got some delicious food over there. I know it is around dinner time, isn't it? All right, 8 o'clock. It's kind of dinner time, but the concession stand's over there. Lots of refreshments and food, all just waiting for you.
I've got Papa John's pizza waiting for me at home. Either room
Yum.
temperature or microwave. It'll be one of the two.
Well, you're a bachelor, aren't you?
Very much so. It's just embracing the lifestyle.
Well, that's good. So good.
For those watching the MRP Lorco TV, how's that for a sun in your eyes? Literally dead center of the screen. What are the odds of that? Looks nice, though. Looks very beautiful.
It's gorgeous out. Ended up being a beautiful day, so glad you could spend it here with us on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway.
Well, it's gorgeous until I try to look out the window and get sunburns on my retina. And then it's not so gorgeous. Then it's just a lot of color. Junior Thunder finalists. Ashton Katnick dialed in 11.90 will race Isabella Marshall. Titanium Auto Group, Quality Manufactured Homes, dialed in 9:15. It will be a 5th different winner of Junior Thunder, as neither one of these drivers has taken a win so far in the Junior Thunder category. Both racers pre-staged. Katnick bumps it in. Here comes Marshall. There are green bulbs. We race to the 8th mile. And it'll be Isabella Marshall. 3,000ths of a second, the margin of victory. Isabella Marshall becomes winner number 5 in Junior Thunder in 2023 on what is arguably one of the most competitive Junior Thunder fields we have had in years. We roll to Junior Lightning. Aiden Katnick and McKenna Thompson will go up against one another. McKenna Thompson trying to become our first repeat Junior Dragster winner in both categories. Aiden Katnick, just like Isabella Marshall, trying to become the 5th different winner on the season. McKenna Thompson won the season opener in race number 4 about a month ago. At long last, both races pre-stage. Aiden Katnick bumps it in. Oh, it's a red light start for McKenna Thompson. And Aiden Katnick becomes unique winner number 5 in Junior Lightning. That is now 10 different winners across both junior dragster categories in 2023. Thompson, red lights by a 10th.
Congratulations to all of our junior drivers. You guys are amazing. And a big shout out to you parents supporting your kids racing. You are doing parenting right. Thank you so much. Thanks to all of our juniors. We love you all, and there can only be one winner. We wish you, but you are all winners in our book.
We move to Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro and Old Car Center Hot Rod to the lanes for laddering. Super Pro and Old Car Center Hot Rod to the lanes for laddering.
Carrying on into the Pro Class, sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop, it's Sean Langley in the TCS lane from Linden, Washington. He's driving that 69 Mach 1 called the Hustler, going against Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington, the 99 Camaro.
As Dustin Brewington tries to outlast Sean Langley. Gets there first, but under the dial by 4th out. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, Canada West Door Slammers. We have given you your 20-minute standby call. We're making that now a short standby call. Door Slammers, this is your standby call.
Carrying on in our pro class, it's Rob Monroe in a 69 Acadian, sponsored by SD Performance. Mission Racing Transmissions and Horizon Auto Body going against Loren Schwartz, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop. He is our Race of Champions and the King of the Track winner of 2022. Loren's in the Lordco lane, Rob in the TCS lane. Semifinals here in the Pro class. Double greens and they're off. Close racing action here at the Titanium Strip. And it's Loren Schwartz at 10.58, 107 miles an hour. Moving on into the next round.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro and Hot Rod, we've called you to the lanes. This is second call. Super Pro and Hot Rod to the lanes. Canada West Door Slammers, we're calling you back to the lanes for next round of eliminations. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your next call back to the lanes for round number 4, your semifinals, I believe, of eliminations. We roll into Sportsman, where Nick Douglas and the SBB Racing Dart goes up against Sidney Jung. These are the 2 winners we've had so far in Sportsman all season long. Douglas trying to go for win number 4 in a row. Jung trying to go for the second after winning the season opener. This is going to be the semifinal for Sportsman. So one of these racers will be able to face off in the final. The other one will have to watch from the sidelines. Will it be the 3-time back-to-back-to-back winner in a different car, running the Charger instead of the old 68 Dart, or will it be the Malibu? Sidney Jung trying to chase after Nick Douglas, and oh my gosh, goes under by not 4 hundredths, not 4 tenths, not 4 thousandths, 4 10,000ths under the dial for Sidney Jung. Double, triple 4. Triple 04.
That's a heartbreaker for Sidney.
Emma Sidney going to make her next run in the top side repair Dodge Dart. We're going to make that third call for Super Pro and Hot Rod to the lanes. Super Pro and Hot Rod to the lanes. We're trying to get through this program. Your delay makes it no easier. Super Pro and Hot Rod back to the lanes immediately. We're calling Door Slammers back to the lanes as well. So once again, we've called Super Pro, Hot Rod, and Door Slammers to the lanes. Door Slammers, this is your second call to the staging lanes.
This is the Summit ET Series race number 8, alongside with the NHRDA. Having a great old time here with the Diesels and the Summit Series.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. All diesel classes. This is your standby call. All NHRDA classes, this is your standby call.
Don't forget, if you would like to race your vehicle, we've got the Mopac Street Legals on Friday, June the 23rd. That's your chance to be the racer, the big bad drag racer. So bring your vehicle down and see how it fares down the track. Maybe bring a friend and say, I think I can take you, bro. Let's go and fight it out on the track. Well, this is a great place for it, the Mopac Street Legals this Friday. Hope to see you there.
We roll into our next rotation of Old Car Center Hot Rod. Dustin Hunter bringing up the Ford Falcon. Racing Larry Rodenizer in the old Yeller Ford Roadster, sponsored by Lortco Auto Parts. Start Larry Rodenizer, 16th hour red on the tree and shaking the tires to boot. Dustin Hunter will move on into the final round. 9-10 with a 3 on the 910 dial, only 3 thou off. John Sayer will bring up the Frankenstein Speed and Customs Dodge Dart. That will do it for the semifinals in Old Car Center Hot Rod. We move into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Justin Bond bringing it up for the Rad Torque Systems Super Pro by running his dragster today, his Super Comp dragster today, running his Bahrain 1 Pro Mod Camaro 2 weeks from now at Door Wars 11. You want to come out and see some of the fastest cars in drag racing? Well, you should come on out next week. Or next 2 weeks, not next week. It'll be something else entirely.
The Canada Day weekend, Nolan.
What better way to celebrate Canada Day than by drowning out the sounds of parades with cars?
Oh, Canada.
Stand on guard for the
Justin Bond here, the Justin Bond of Pro Mod fame.
Like an arrow or like a dart out of a blowpipe. We'll fire that one up to the top at 726, 145 miles an hour. We'll give Justin Bond the bye into the final. We'll make John Tabak for the Rad Torque Systems and Dustin Brewington for the S10 and the Camaro. Dustin Brewington has taken himself wins already this season in a number of classes. Among them being here in Super Pro and in the Pro bracket as well. He's taken one in both. to stay out in front of Dustin Brewington, but nothing can stand up to the 006 or 0006 reaction time. It'll be Dustin Brewington moving into the finals face-off against Justin Bond. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NHRDA, Pro Street, Super Diesel, Sportsman to the lanes. Pro Street, Sportsman, and Super Diesel only to the lanes. That is, again, Sportsman, Super Diesel, and Pro Street from NHRDA to the staging lanes. We move into Winter Harbor Marine and RV Canada West Door Slammers will be the next one up.
Yes, but I don't understand this one because he's...
Sponsored this weekend by TCS Transmission Products. TCS is your source for torque converters and transmission parts. They take pride in manufacturing an improved performance product. You can check out their website at www.tcsproducts.com to see a complete line of billet shafts, drums, and internal components that are designed to excel in all extreme gas or diesel applications. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, and in the spectator stands, in the pits. This is attention to everybody on the property. We have found a missing key to somebody's motor vehicle. If you happen to be missing a key or a key fob, check your pockets. And if you are, coming up to the second floor of the timing tower, we'd be happy to reunite it with your rightful owner if you can identify it. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. John DeYoung, we need John DeYoung to the staging lanes for door slammer eliminations. John DeYoung, we need you in the staging lanes for door slammer eliminations.
Canada West Door Slammers coming up next. They're sponsored by Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, a VP Race Fuel Distributor here in Mission, Jason Field, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Traveland RV. Thank you so much for sponsoring Canada West Door Slammers Association in 2023. Just a reminder, if you do find some lost property or some keys or a cell phone, please bring it up to the tower so we can reunite it with their owner. Several people looking for some lost keys at this moment. So hey, if you see some shiny keys on the ground, grab it and bring it to the tower for us, please. Thank you.
We bring up Canada West Door Slammers, Adam DeYoung. Bringing it up for the Artex Racing Total Dairy Solutions Chevy Camaro to race Darren Buick and the Evans Excavating Nova. 861 to an 853. Attention to the pits, attention. We will hold on that until this pass goes, because this is about to get loud. Darren Buick and Adam DeYoung. Waiting on DeYoung to bump in. Towards the quarter mile, it'll be Adam DeYoung taking the win line, 8:56 over Darren Buick, who went under the dial by 16 thou. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Street, this is your final call to the lanes. Pro Street, final call to the lanes. That is NHRDA Pro Street. This is your final call to the lanes. Tom Katnick brings it up at the TK Performance Camaro, dialed at a 745 to race Jan Christensen at an 851 in the El Gringo Nova. Moving into the final to race Adam DeYoung. 1/1000th of a second, the margin of victory. Lots of tight racing today at the Titanium Strip.
It has been so close, even with our diesel friends. Just amazingly close races here at the Titanium Strip. Back to the NHRDA Canadian Diesel Shootout. Pro Street coming right up, sponsored by Smeding Diesel. Canadian Diesel Shootouts brought to you by Diesel Doctor. It's part of the Hot Shot Secret Drag Racing Series. So glad to have these guys up here with us today. Lots more racing action. We've got these guys, then we've got some final round after that. It's going to be quite exciting. I can't wait for those racing semis to come back up again in their final round.
We will be rolling into Pro Street semifinals. Smedding Diesel, Pro Street. One of the faster classes for the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. And of course, first up, it is the truck that scared the daylights out of me when it came up for his first qualifying hunt yesterday. It took a very violent turn towards the center line in Q1 last night. Dennis Kriegel bringing up the Dodge Ram 1500. Oh, spinning the tires, shaking them up. Pedals through it. 572, 129 miles an hour for Dennis Kriegel. And this one will be a comp single. Malcolm Cross was due to race Jeff McKay. McKay not able to make it to the call, so Malcolm Cross on a free pass into the final round. It'll be an 8-second run at 84 miles an hour. We move back to Armor Incorporated Sportsman for the Sportsman semifinals. Attention the pits, attention the pits. All NHRA Summit ET Series finalists, as well as Super Combo. Actually, sorry, Super Combo already had their final. So we're going to call all finalists from the Summit Series and Door Slammers back to the lanes. That is, all Summit finalists and Door Slammers back to the lanes. John Kitson goes red on the tree. Lorenz Schwartz with the free pass into the next round. And that's going to be a final now for Lorenz Schwartz.
Our king of the track, he's been real lucky in this diesel drags, hasn't he? Racing his tow vehicle.
It's the title, King of the Track. It instills fear in everything that runs against him. You know, it works, right? I mean, that's how most rulers worked in the feudal system. I mean, you either You tend to scare the people into submission that you're under, right? Same purpose here. The King of Mission Raceway Park topples another. We'll see if he can topple one more to win the $1,000 in the final. It'll be either Derek Lorden or Brody Shirk. 2014 Dodge Ram going up against the Ford F-350, 975 to a 992. And it is Brody Shirk into the final, 8 thousandths of a second over Derek Lorden.
Wow, Brody Shirk and Lorenz Schwartz in the final. Wow.
Super Diesel semifinals, Chris Oborn with the bye. We're going to walk back the call for the Door Slammer final. So Door Slammers, I guess we can consider you on a standby call at this point, but all Summit ET finalists, if you're still in competition, back to the staging lanes. NHRDA Summit ET Series, if you're still in competition, back to the staging lanes. Nick Kriegel and Rob Getz taking it up in the ceremonies semifinal. And it'll be Rob Getz moving on into the final round to race against Chris Oborn in Super Diesel. Attention, all NHRA Summit ET Series finalists, not including Door Slammers. If you're still in competition, we need you back in the lanes. That includes Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, and Old Car Center Hot Rod. Once again, Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, Hot Rod, return to the staging lanes for your final runs. "30-minute standby call on all NHRDA finalists." NHRDA finalists, this is your 30-minute standby call. That includes Sportsman, Super Diesel, Big Rig Bracket, 670 Index, Super Street, Pro Stock, and Hot Rod Semi. That is once again all NHRDA finalists. 30-minute standby call.
Lots of racing left to come, all final rounds. Our Summit ET Series, race number 8, and our friends at the NHRDA, bunch of final rounds coming right up. Thanks so much for hanging with us here this evening. It's been a great day. Mother Nature was cooperating with us, which is very nice of her. Also blocking out the sun. It was getting a little sunny in the racers' eyes, and now it's not. Good to see all the kids out there spending their evening with us. Thanks, parents, for bringing them out. Those are our future racers, folks. And if you'd like to get your kids involved in racing, be sure to talk to some of our junior parents. They'd love to talk to you and get your kids involved. Lots of junior dragster racing vehicles available for purchase. Come join the fun, keep the kids out of trouble. Juniors, a great way to have a family racing bonding session. Looks like it's getting a little bit windier, judging by our flags. If you've got a tent out there, make sure you've got that pegged down. I saw a few flying around earlier today. Don't forget, we've got the Drag Boat Association race, July 15th. Drag boats on the Fraser right behind us. It's going to be an awesome race. Can't wait to see those guys racing in the Fraser. Like to thank Valley Tech Production Group for all of your help with our sound, video, and Lordco TV. Hi to our live stream friends. You can see enjoying brand new views of the racetrack. Right now they're showing a beautiful view of the river in the pits. Absolutely gorgeous out there now that they took down those bushes. You can see the river, just majestic view.
You work hard. So does your truck. Summit Racing has the parts, tools, and accessories like toolboxes, headache racks, fender flares, wheels, tires, and more to get the job done right. But we know what they say about all work and no play. That's why you'll also find what you need to take your truck from workhorse to weekend warrior. Plus, you'll get unbeatable customer service, tech advice, and same-day shipping. Order now at summitracing.com. Everything you need for anything you drive.
Dustin Hunter brings up the Ford Falcon race. John Sayer in the Frankenstein Speed and Customs Dodge Dart. We are running the Old Car Center Hot Rod Final. 909 to an 1185. Pair of green lights. Dustin Hunter in pursuit of John Sayer, trying to make the run towards that quarter-mile mark. And it'll be John Sayer taking the W, 0.06 of a second over Dustin Hunter. So congratulations, John Sayer, taking the win in the Old Car Center Hot Rod.
Just remember, these are all final rounds, folks. It's time to come back and watch the races. Final rounds here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Moving into Super Pro, it's Justin Bond in the TCS lane. Going against Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington. It is 99 Camaro.
Justin Bond for JBS Equipment in the dragster to race Brewington's Camaro.
Justin dialed in at a 7:05, and Dustin a 10:19. It's a long wait for Justin Bond, but we know he is a professional. This is the final round here in Super Pro, brought to you by Rad Torque Systems. Dustin will be leaving 3 seconds ahead of Justin. It's Justin's job to chase him down. Will he be able to do it? Mississippi 2, Mississippi 3. And Justin Bond does not do it. It is Dustin Brewington winning the final at 10.21, 129 miles an hour. Congratulations, Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington. You are the winner in the Super Pro of the ET Series number 8.
That brings us up into the Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman category as Justin Bond knocked out by 0.06 of a second in the Rad Torque Systems Super Pro final. Nick Douglas brings up the SBB Racing Dodge Charger, dialed at a 12:31 to race Emma Sid in the Tops Auto Repair Dart, dialed at an 11:73. Green lights, Nick Douglas trying to stay in front of Emma Sidden. Sidden chasing after in the Tops Auto Repair Dart. And at the quarter mile, breakout for Emma Sidden. Nick Douglas going to take the victory in this one, 12:34, 107 miles an hour. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. All NHRDA finalists to the lanes. All diesel finalists to the lanes. That goes for Sportsman, Super Diesel, Big Rig Bracket, 670 Index, Super Street, Pro Stock, and Hot Rod Semi. All NHRDA finalists to the lanes. Nick Douglas. Len Schwartz going to bring up the Titanium Model Group up a speed shop. Monte Carlo to race, Sean Langley and the Hustler. And above the speed shop, grand final, Ren Schwartz. Can he get around Sean Langley? Take up his first win of the season. Double breakout. Sean Langley gets there first by 3/10,000ths of a second. Only under the dial by 1/1000th of a second. Lorenz Schwartz knocked out in the final round. That'll lead us into the Winter Harbor Marine and RV Canada West Door Slammer Finals in just a moment, as we're going to touch the track up, I think, one final time on the evening before we get set to close out tonight's program. We'll have our Door Slammer final, then we'll run all the diesel finalists. It'll be Tom Katnick and Adam DeYoung facing off in the final round. That is the second call now for all diesel finalists. Back to the lanes. All diesel finalists, yes, Mr. Schwartz, you too, back to the lanes. All diesel finalists, back to the lanes. I mean, at this point, that's just all finalists. Because we got our Summit DT series is, for all intents and purposes, wrapped up, save for the Door Slammers, which I see Adam DeYoung rolling around the corner now. We're waiting on Katnick. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. To all winners so far from the Summit DT series, there will be checks and trophies available up here, second floor of the timing tower. That is checks and trophies available, second floor of the timing tower. Juniors, they will be down at the junior booth, as per the norm. And of course, we've got the Wally race taking place tomorrow for the NHRDA Summit DT series, but of course the weather not looking particularly pleasant for our Sunday running. So rest assured, we will have a Wally race. It just might not be tomorrow. We do have a rain out date scheduled for September 9th. That'll be September 9th will be the rain out date for the Wally race, should we not run tomorrow. And as we have our winners getting set to run to the winner's circle to take photos, we want to just remind for our spectators to keep the winner's circle clear so we can be able to take some lovely photos of our winners here this lovely afternoon. So if you're milling around the winner's circle, if it just, not even far, just about 30 feet off to the left, that'll be more than enough.
It's been a great race day here, the Summit ET Series race and the NHRDA. Lots of final rounds coming up to close out our evening. Don't forget to plan your Canada Day weekend around coming down to Mission Raceway's Door Wars 11, presented by Titanium Auto Group. It's going to be an amazing time. If you want to do some drag racing, come on out this Friday, the Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac, this Friday, June 23rd.
All right. It's time for the Winter Harbor Marine and RV Canada West Door Slammer Finals. Tom Katnick for TK Performance, bringing it up in the Camaro in the TCS lane. Adam DeYoung for Artex Racing and Total Dairy Solutions in the Lord Kill lane. Hedge your bets, place your votes. Whoa, Katnick getting a bit out of shape with the burn out there. A wild burn out there for Katnick as he'll back it up. Kept him in the lane, that's what matters here. Camaro versus Camaro. One from 68, one from 67. Yet 1.2 seconds will separate them on the tree. It's not all about what's on the outside.
That's right. This should be a great final round here. Tom Katnick, Adam DeYoung, finals in the Canada West Door Slammers.
Slight dial correction for Adam DeYoung. Will go from an 8.62 to an 8.52. Tom Katnick already pre-staged, waiting on Adam. Two green lights. Tom Katnick and up towards the quarter mile. Katnick closing. Not closing quick enough. Adam DeYoung outlasts Tom Katnick at the TK Performance Camaro, sweeping the win in the Winter Harbor Marine and RV Canada West Door Slammers. That is going to be a wrap on the NHRA Summit ET Series. That just leaves the National Hot Rod Diesel Association Finals for our last group of finalists then of the evening. Who's first?
All right, we're heading into our final rounds here. The Canadian Diesel Shootout will be starting off with the Sportsman class, sponsored by Armor Incorporated. Now, we've had a great old time with these Canadian Diesel Shootout here, our friends at the NHRDA. Wow. Sportsman class coming right up, and don't forget those racing semis, they're coming up as well.
Lorenz Schwartz going to be bringing it up in the Chevy Silverado over here in the Dirty Diesel Customs left lane. And Brody Shirk brings it up in the Harbor City Diesel right lane. Dialed at a 992.
Very cool. A couple of our local racers here racing their tow vehicles in the final round for $1,000.
Here we go, Lorenz Schwartz bringing it up. Racing Brody Shirk. Schwartz pre-stage. Brody Shirk staged up in the right lane. Schwartz, the king of the gassers here at the titanium strip. Will he be the king of the diesels? He will, as Brody Shirk goes red by 0.03 of a second. Long live the king. Lorenz Schwartz will take the $1,000.
All hail the king. Wow. Well, he lost his other final round, and he takes this one here in Sportsman Diesel. Congratulations, sir, Lorenz Schwartz.
So that wraps up Armor Incorporated Sportsman. This runs to the Diamond Diesel Super Street Index Class 590. It is Hans van Derzen over in the left lane, Chris Jervis over in the right lane. Armstrong versus Sylvan Lake, 590 on the index.
And don't forget, if you are uploading this or you're filming this, upload it onto YouTube and tag it Mission Raceway Park so we can all watch it.
Spooling up the turbos.
Pulling some coal.
Jervis straight in, waiting on Hans van Derzen. Both racers staged. Both racers green. Not even close. Hans van Derzen will take the W in Diamond Diesel Super Street. And he breaks out. How many times has this happened where somebody's got it on a silver platter here in the last like 6 months and they throw it away? This is getting old now. I can't be this excited every time about it.
Oh, I think you can.
Chris Jarvis. Win goes back in his favor as Hans van Derzen goes 65,000 under the dial. Taylor Brown bringing it up in the Dirty Diesel Customs left lane. Marinus Woon bringing it up in the Harbor City Diesel right lane for 670 index. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Canada West Door Slammer final winner and runner-up. So that is Adam DeYoung and Tom Katnick. Bring your car straight to the winner's circle, please, for winner's photos. That is Katnick and DeYoung. Straight to the winner's circle with your cars for winner's photos. Marinus Woon, pre-stage, waiting on Taylor Brown. Oh, and Brown goes through the beams! Marinus Woon will take it in 670 index. As Taylor Brown eliminates himself. Rolled right through. And problem setting for Marinus Woon. He does make it to the 8th mile. It is official. Marinus Woon, your winner in 670 index. As he pulls over to a stop just past the 8th mile mark.
Just wait for our track officials to go and check out what the problem is down at the end of the track. We can carry on with our final rounds. Racing semis coming right up. That's what I'm waiting for, folks. Big thanks to all the Canadian Diesel Shootout sponsors. Whole Shot Secret Drag Racing Series, dieseldoctor.ca, Harbor City Diesel, Dirty Diesel Customs, Armor Incorporated, ARP, 10-4 Magazine, Supreme Diesel, Diamond Diesel, Smetting Diesel, Radical Diesel Repair, and MHPD.
Still seeing what's going on down with Meredith Woon's pickup truck for the 670 Index final as they're taking a look underneath the truck. Attention, Chris Oberon. Chris Oberon, back to your truck at once, please. Chris Oberon, back to your truck.
Just clearing the top end, we can carry on with our racing finals here. The Canadian Diesel Shootout, brought to you by dieseldoctor.ca. So
Set to roll back into final eliminations. It is 10-4 Magazine Big Rig bracket up next. And as I understand, Chrissy, you've got yourself a body race in this one, so I'll let you take this one then.
I do. You know, I was a trucker for 22 years, and this is right up my alley, folks. Here is Dean Davies, and this is a local guy here. He's got a sand and gravel operation and a dump up Duty Trunk there, and I spent a lot of time at this guy's yard, let me tell you. Being a dump truck driver, we were hanging. A great family, great staff, and if you need any sand, gravel, anything like that for your driveways or your flower beds, he's the guy to talk to. Dean Davies, Davies Sand and Gravel, going against Rob John Kind. Now he's dialed in a 2254 and Dean a 2220. Now we've seen Dean doing great all day, so we'll see what happens here. The final round in the big rig bracket. Working truck against the show truck. Who's gonna take it? I'm here, I'm shifting away, shifting away. This is so awesome. I don't care, Nolan. This is awesome, man. Who's gonna make it? It was a tight race. Look at this here. Still to the quarter mile, and Rob breaking out. It is Dean Davies with the win. 22.39, 63 miles an hour. Congratulations, sir. You are the big winner here of the big rig bracket. The National Hot Rod Diesel Association's Canadian Diesel Shootout, brought to you by dieseldoctor.ca.
That brings up our next pairing. We move into Super Diesel, the 590 index class. Chris Oborn over here in the Dirty Diesel Customs left lane. Rob Getz in the Harbor City Diesel right lane. Dodge 3500 versus Ford F350, sorry, 770 index, not 590. We've already ran the 590 index class. What am I talking about?
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. Red light start, Chris Oborn. Rob Getz going to be taking the victory here in Super Diesel. 5/100ths of a second red, half a tenth. Rob Getz gets the free pass and the free win here in Super Diesel. And that brings us up to the one I've been waiting for. It is Hot Rod Semis. The fastest big rigs you'll see in 2023 at the Titanium Strip. Unless we get the Bone Shaker Jet Dragster out here. Then I think the Jet Dragster would smoke these guys personally. But the fastest trucks today for the big rigs.
I don't know, but that would be a good race.
I'd watch it.
I'd drive it.
Which one, the hot rod or the jet truck?
Either.
Dave Stewart brings it up over here in the left lane. Mario Monet over in the right lane. Usually I wait for burners to be complete, but at some point, you just got to talk over it. I think he won the burnout competition. I mean, that's just a guess of mine. I think Mario Monet just... You know what? I'm going to go for it. Pun very much intended. Smoked everybody in the burnout competition. And if that is not considered a good joke in your books, fair enough. I wouldn't blame you. Dave Stewart brings it up over here in the left lane. Mario Monet in the right lane once again as we get set to go racing. Heads up for the hot rod diesel trucks. Make some noise out there, race fans. Let's let them hear you say which one you think's going to win this heads-up match. It is the Hot Rod semifinal. Both trucks pre-staged. Now it's fully staged. Oh, big tire shake in the right lane as Dave Stewart tries to power through, and he will. But here comes Monet chasing it down. This race isn't over. Monet runs with a tire shake as Dave Stewart shuts it off, and it goes back the way of Mario Monet. 14.911, 111 miles an hour. Shook the tires at the start, powered through it. Dave Stewart thought he had it won.
And the Mario brothers are celebrating. The Luigis, the Yoshis, and the Mushrooms. Make sure you give them a little pat on the head there. Congratulations, you guys, the big winners here in the Hot Rod semi-class.
We move into the Pro Street Final. Dennis Kriegel brings up the Dodge Ram 1500. Malcolm Cross will bring up the Chevy in the Pro Street Final. Dennis Kriegel so far has been by far the fastest drag truck we've had on the property so far, so anticipating this one to be no contest. Both races away on green lights. Give it to Dennis Kriegel. 6:32, 122 miles an hour to the 8th. Malcolm Cross goes 8:34 with an 82. It will be Dennis Kriegel to take the victory in Pro Street. It is going to be the Radical Diesel Repair Pro Stock category to close things out tonight. Kevin Douglas was set to run against another competitor, but that truck unfortunately broke. So this will end up being a comp single for Kevin Douglas in the 67 Chevy C10. An easy win for Kevin Douglas. We'll take the Pro Stock Final, and that will conclude our running of not just the National Hot Rod Diesel Association, but the NHRA Summit ET Series. here at the Titanium Strip of Mission Raceway Park. For today, we still have a summit race tomorrow. Going to be, of course, on the Sunday. Gates open from 8 to 3. Racing, weather permitting, will be at a 9 a.m. start. Next race for the NHRDA will be down in Billings, Montana, which is where you'll be able to see all these trucks and more back out to play for more here in the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. So that's going to be it for the Diesel guys. I'll pass it back to Chrissy for our closing remarks here tonight.
Thanks, Nolan. We'd just like to thank all of our sponsors, Vancouver Car Wraps, Bubba Speed Shop, Brad Torque Systems, the Old Car Center, Mountain View Harley-Davidson, and Peden Industries. The National Hot Rod Diesel Association would like to thank their sponsors as well. Hot Shot Secret Drag Racing Series, dieseldoctor.ca, Harbor City Diesel, Dirty Diesel Customs, Armor Incorporated, ARP, 10-4 Magazine, Supreme Diesel, Diamond Diesel, Smegging Diesel, and Radical Diesel Repair. Also like to thank Canadian Diesel Online, Steed Speed, Summit Racing, and PPE. Thank you so much for all of your help with the National Hot Rod Diesel Association and the Canadian Diesel Shootout. Also like to thank all of you for joining us today and this evening for all of the racing action, the ET Summit Series, and of course, our friends, the Canadian Diesel Shootout, the NHRDA. Thank you so much for spending your evening with us. Now, if tomorrow's Wally race gets rained out, the rain date is September 9th. We're hoping we'll be able to carry on with our Summit ET Series race number 9 tomorrow. So be sure to watch our Facebook page for weather updates. And of course, our social media stars will let you know exactly what's going on with the weather. So again, on behalf of Mission Raceway Park, on behalf of the NHRDA and all of our staff here, please have a safe drive home. Thanks for spending your day and evening with us, and we hope to see you again next time. Shout out to our live stream viewers on both channels. Hope to see you down here. Have a great night.
Hot Shot's secret is founded on the principle that fixing engine problems and improving our customers' lives are our top priorities. Hot Shot's secret products are designed to clean and protect your engine and ensure that it still is in top shape. From oil and fuel additives to engine oil and transmission fluid, Hot Shot's secret has the formula that will improve your engine's efficiency and performance. We create products with highly concentrated formulas that are much more impactful than the diluted bottled products commonly found on retail shelves. When we say our products work, we mean it, and we have the backup to prove it. All our products are fully formulated, meaning we do not add fillers just to sell a product and are subjected to rigorous third-party testing, after which we publish the results. We want you to have the confidence that every Hot Shot secret product you buy has been scientifically proven to be the best of the best. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You work hard. So does your truck. Summit Racing has the parts, tools, and accessories like toolboxes, headache racks, fender flares, wheels, tires, and more to get the job done right. But we know what they say about all work and no play. That's why you'll also find what you need to take your truck from workhorse to weekend warrior. Plus, you'll get unbeatable customer service, tech advice, and same-day shipping. Order now at summitracing.com. Everything you need for anything you drive.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for your diesel engine. From main studs to rod bolts to head studs, ARP outperforms and outlasts factory hardware. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Smedding Diesel, the official turbo of the NHRDA. It all started with a friendly rivalry and a lathe. Today we use the latest technology to produce the best high-performance diesel turbos in the industry. We're addicted to power and reliability. Smedding Diesel is dedicated to delivering maximum performance for your diesel engine. We take pride in meticulously engineering our parts and build our products from superior materials. Specializing in diesel turbos and components, we offer custom configurations for a wide variety of applications, all proudly built in the USA. With over a decade of experience, our reputation has been built on reliability, quality, and a true obsession with producing the finest products for both performance shops and enthusiasts. Smeding Diesel, the home of high-performance diesel turbos. Visit our website at www.smedingdiesel.com.
For over 20 years, Driven Diesel has been an innovator and a market leader in the world of 7.3 and 6.0 fuel system products. We've been first to market with numerous product features and designs, and we've revised and expanded our product line to keep up with the ever-changing needs of diesel pickup owners. With our new in-house CNC capability and continued focus on U.S. production, product quality, and innovation, we are more focused than ever on developing unique solutions to modern diesel problems. Check us out at drivendiesel.com.
PPE is proud to present our new water-to-air intercooler for the 3-liter Duramax. This high-performance intercooler is designed to be 77% less restrictive than stock with a 2.4 times larger core that reduces exhaust temps and increases fuel efficiency. Also introducing our new cast iron cylinder heads that eliminate blown head gasket issues for the 6.6-liter Duramax. Our heads come pre-installed with fully nitrodated valves made of super alloy steel and upgraded tapered springs. Visit ppepower.com to learn more.
It's really pretty simple. We love what we do. From daily service and repair of diesel pickups to manufacturing and sales of diesel performance parts. The name Strictly Diesel really says it all. Check us out at strictlydiesel.com.
Montana, the NHRDA is back. July 28th through 29th, the Big Sky Truck Fest returns to Yellowstone Track Strip. If you love big rigs and diesel trucks, you're gonna love this. Friday night, it's the NHRDA meet and greet with barbecue and beer gardens. Saturday, the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Drag Racing Series. See the fastest trucks in the world thunder down the drag strip while chasing after $20,000 in prize money. Plus, big rig truck show and dyno competition. Then Saturday night, it's the awesome ground-pounding truck and tractor pulls. Great family event with weekend camping available. Save on advance tickets at NHRDA.com. Use promo code HOTSHOTS. The Big Sky Truck Fest, July 28th through 29th. Yellowstone Drag Strip, Acton, Montana. Texas, get ready. The NHRDA World Finals returns to Texas Motorplex in Ennis, September 15th through 17th. The East versus West Showdown. NHRDA takes on ODSS. The fastest trucks on Earth battle for World Championship titles and $50,000 in prize money. Friday night, it's the Big Rig Light Show, plus Reaction Time Contest, Beer Garden and Barbecue. Saturday, it's the ground-pounding truck and tractor pull, Big Rig Show and Shine, and dyno competition. Then Saturday afternoon, Hot Shot Secret Drag Racing with 3 rounds of qualifying and jet cars. Sunday, it's Racing Eliminations, and we crown our world champions. 3 days of action at one low price and weekend camping. Save 20% on advance tickets now at NHRDA.com. Use promo code HOTSHOTS. Smeding Diesel presents the NHRDA World Finals, September 15th through 17th, Texas Motorplex Ennis.